The following is brought to you in part by a grant from the Foundation for White Wellbeing.
Tear us apart. They throw their stones, but I've got a brave heart. I'm proud of my roots, I won't be ashamed. With fire in my soul, I'll never be tamed. They want us silent, but I'll raise my voice. With every ounce of strength, I'll make my choice. No more shadows, I'll step into the light. With pride in my blood, I'll stand and fight. No white guilt, I'll carry the flame. In this fight for our honor, I'll stake my claim. With every heartbeat, I'll stand my ground. In a world of chaos, my voice will resound. They try to erase us, rewrite the past, but the strength of our heritage is built to last. I'll shout it from the rooftops, let the truth be known. With every step I take, I'm never alone. They can't take my spirit, they can't take my pride. With my brothers beside me, I'll never hide. Together we'll rise, we'll break through the night. With courage in our hearts, we'll win this fight. No white guilt, I'll carry the flame. In this fight for our honor, I'll stake my claim. With every heartbeat, I'll stand my ground. In a world of chaos, my voice will resound. So here I stand, unyielding and proud. In the face of their hate, I'll shout it loud. No more guilt, no more chains to bind. With pride in my heritage, I'll never unwind. We'll carry the torch, we'll light up the night. In this battle for truth, we'll stand and fight. With strength in our hearts and pride in our soul, we'll rise together.
There's nothing left but the fire in my chest and the air that fills my lungs. I'll hold my tears and trade my ears for a glimpse at kingdom come. On the other side of misery, there's a world we long to see. The strife we share will take us there to relief and sovereignty. Oh my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. In our own towns, we're foreigners now. Our names are spat and cursed. The headline smack of another attack, not the last and not the worst. Oh, my fathers, they look down on me. I wonder what they feel to see their noble sons driven down beneath a coward's heel. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. The road is dark, the way is lost. My eyes, they strain to see. I struggle forth to find a friend to light the way for me. Oh, brothers, can you hear my voice, or am I all alone? If there's no fire to guide my way, then I will start my own. Oh my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home.
You damn well know we're going to have our home again, ladies and gentlemen, and it is because folks like you and I are on the front lines making it happen with our time, with our dollars, with our charity, with our genius. Featured stories today, Nick Fuentes and Aarvoll Decoded. We'll be talking about that. Mayor Wu decides she's cutting support to the white areas, pretty typical of anti-white, non-whites. Killing white babies for dollars? My God. Guess we're going to be getting into that and a host of other things. The white erasure of our norms and all that is good in the West. Go free lesson of the day, the so-called predictive powers of merchants on the right. Is it prediction or is it observation? Your comments and questions, and then there's this. Wisdom from a curmudgeon named Earl. Hell, I tell you, you tell a woman she's beautiful 100 times, and she'll never believe you. But son, tell her she's fat, and she'll remember that for the rest of her life. The average man doesn't understand it, but I do. Elephants never forget. My God, today has been a day, I gotta tell you. Let me know the mic is working all right. Today has been a day. It is 5 p.m. in the once great state of Virginia, across from Mordor on the Potomac, 7 in Sydney, 10 in London. midnight in Moscow, and we are going free, ladies and gentlemen. It's a beautiful thing, even if there's a lot of tech issues and things like that going on, a lot of things going sideways. You've had those kind of days, and you just want to say, you just want to grab life by the throat and choke the life right out of life, or you want to crawl back in bed. Well, it's been kind of like one of those days. Mike is good. Thank you for that. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for being here, ladies and gentlemen. Like I said, we are going free in service to white well-being. We got a lot of glorious things to talk about, a lot of very interesting things, a lot of admissions, and oh my God, the predictive power of yours truly, assessing what's going on in the world and everything being exactly as I said. It is so remarkable, and I can't believe it. It's good to see that Steve is here. Hello and welcome. Please share the stream. Share that we are going free. This is Church of the West, and I am your hierarch, Jason Kuna, No White Guild. This is the House of Swash, from which all love, hope, and redemption for Western kind rides. We have changed the lives of white people, tangible, real white people, not white people in the abstraction. Not this is good for white people abstraction. No, we have improved the lives of white people, not by a little bit, but by a lot, relative to their family, relative to their own psyche, relative to the courts, relative even in Canada, relative to the mainstream media and our interaction there, relative to police departments of major cities. We are the community having the victories because we have the practice that renders the victories, ladies and gentlemen. All that is beautiful is wrought from the Go Free Dialogic. If you would like to financially gift yours truly while we are here today, you can head on down in the description on the YT platform. Head on down into that description, and you will find the app that permits cash. You will find Subscribe Star. I'll be keeping my eyes on those on the monitors off to my right, your left. You will also find Entropy, Dude Bro Moment platform. He owns that house. It is his. And that'll be on a monitor that is in front of me, as well as a Premium Rumble, D Live, Odyssey, all on monitors to my left, your right. You can comment across all of these, of course, including Twitter, X. You can comment there in the live chat, and I'll be keeping my eyes on that. The great Schultz has shown up there. He says, reposted the stream. And that's because this genius is on the ball. Good work, my brother. Good work. It is an honor to stand shoulder to shoulder with you and so many others here on the front line. And it is indeed the case that these platforms are up and running. Somebody let me know that Entropy is up and running in the Tall Kevin widget there, also called the chat widget. You could drop a hello or test over there, and I will see it pop up. Just want to make sure that's running, as we have had so many issues. Got to wear all the hats here. No team. There's no team to do it for me. You can also tag me at No White Guilt across all of these major platforms. I'll be keeping my eyes on them as we are rolling here. I want to hear your comments, your concerns, of what you think is going on in the world. And even if you're thinking something really dumb, like you are a big fan of Nick Fuentes, you are an idiot. And if you're thinking that, that's fine. Go ahead and tag me as No White Guilt, and I will take a look at what you have to say. Be respectful, and I will be respectful to you. You come into my house and you support people for leadership and etc. that are antithetical to the well-being of white people. Well, then I will treat you as you deserve to be treated, like an absolute jackass, because that's what you are. We do not tolerate antithetical positions here. You can also financially gift the only foundation on planet Earth, the premier foundation on planet Earth in service to white well-being, and that is the Foundation for White Well-Being. You can donate there. It's a 501c3. If you donate there with the intent of those dollars reaching yours truly, please indicate that you would like the dollars to reach yours truly. The Foundation for White Well-Being is the premier institution on planet Earth, serving the interests of white well-being of our people with receipts around the planet Earth. We talk about it every single Sunday. We demonstrate the successes. We demonstrate and highlight the promulgation of the lexical and dialectical power of this Go Free Armory. We share the testimonials and the successes otherwise. Proof of concept again and again. We talk about our plans. We talk about what we do. We talk about how it changes and will work every single week. And then we demonstrate the successes of that. No one else does that. Thank you. So you will happily submit to that which is working for the well-being of white people, or you will move the hell along and you will go join the anti-Jew, multiracial anti-Jew endeavor. It has nothing to do with the well-being of white people. That's a reality. It's good to have all of you here. If you would like to see clips of yours truly, rather than watch the totality of one of these gatherings, and I can't even imagine why you wouldn't want to stick around for the totality of the gathering. But if you'd like to watch clips, you can find clips made by Clip Mavens in the description on YouTube. You just rappel down into the description. You'll find everything you need to see there. You'll also see many of the music makers, not all of them, but many of the music makers. All of the nearly 99% of the music we play here in service to white well-being in this community is in-house. People are producing it in various ways of production. We are not clipping. We are not taking music. We definitely are not going to mainstream black nationalists having sex with white women rappers and taking their songs and playing them on our show. We're definitely will never do that, because we are actually pro-white. Not by, of course, the common parlance. I don't even really like the term because the average person, when they hear pro-white, what that means to them. But we are for the well-being of white people. We are not for the ill-being of anybody else. Anybody for the ill-being of anybody else is not welcome. Have I made myself clear? Boy, it poured today outside of Mordor on the Potomac a little earlier, and then the sun literally came out. It's not just out right now through the magic window. It literally came out and is pouring down. So you had the Niagara, the ocean pouring into Northern Virginia, Washington, D.C., DMV, and then immediately the sun pours on through. What a beautiful thing. We got a couple of segments today. Just two. We're going to take a quick look at two segments. Before we get to that, I want to mention our lesson of the day, because it is a wonderful and important, pertinent message. And that message in this lesson today is merchants on the right. Merchants on the right. They always talk about their predictive powers. They all have predictive powers. Now, we here know what actual predictive power is. When a merchant on the right has a predictive power, it's a little different. It's not quite the same. In fact, I have to ask the question, is it prediction or is it observation? Is it a different speculation every show and then you can never be wrong? Or is it a prediction that doesn't vacillate, that doesn't change, and then either succeeds and falls on its feet or falls on its face? There's a huge difference between the two. I want you to be thinking about it and thinking about who is like the premier merchant on the right, Fuentes, who does this and then who claims that this person has the greatest predictive powers on the planet, on planet Earth. I tell you, the only thing I want to hear from such people is, what can I take for your order, sir? That's all they should be saying to somebody like me. Know your betters, get in your place. Let's get to the segment, our first segment of the two segments today. It's titled Two of the Funniest Moments in Local History. Two of the funniest moments in local history. Let's have a look at what that is, ladies and gentlemen.
Coroner is still trying to determine the cause of death and whether she was already dead when the truck hit her.
Oh, yeah, that's...
We have new information now also on the plane crash. KTVU...
Oh, my goodness. I remember this one. Do you remember this one, folks?
Just learned the names of the 4 pilots who were on board the flight. They are...
And this is a Korean What was it? Some sort of Asian airline.
Captain Sum Ting Wong, Wee Tu Lo, Ho Lee Fook, and Bang Ding Ao.
All right. I heard she had to retire after that. Is that true? I don't know. She actually read that off the screen. Captain Sum Ting Wong was one of those killed in the fatal crash. Of course, genuinely our hearts go out to their families. But that was segment number 1 today. 2 of the funniest moments in local news history. Finally, we have here one more segment, and we're going to get into hard and fast our items here today, which include, of course, Nick Fuentes and Aarvoll. Decoded. They had an interview. We'll be getting into that in a moment. But first, maybe you don't want to take his gold. That's the title of our final segment of the beginning of our gathering today. Maybe you don't want to take his gold. Well, let's have a look at that. Oh my God! It's a leprechaun in training! Holy shit! Wow, you don't want to mess with them. That little guy was fast, man. He had great moves. Feds probe flight risk at New York Police Department's aviation unit as incompetent commander booted after safety failures. Well. I wonder what's going on with that. The head of the NYPD's aviation unit was booted from the elite squad this week after trying to block the feds from probing his he didn't want to be probed. And I can sympathize, let me tell you. I definitely don't want to be probed. I remember when I was a child and I heard about these people who had supposedly been abducted by aliens. And on the television, they're saying it, they were probed or something. And I remember thinking, what in the hell is that? And then discovering what that was. And I thought, nope, definitely. I had a little bit of a fear of aliens after a while. I was like, don't want to be probed. And neither did this black guy, this anti-white black guy. What are we looking at when we see something like this, folks? We're going to knock down like dominoes a couple of items really quickly here at the beginning. But what are we thinking about when we see something like this? We have an anti-white, non-white, in particular black guy in charge. He's the boss. Our systems white erased. Our norms, our standards white erased. That's how we are harmed. He is not benefited. I don't have a problem with him being benefited. I have a problem with white males being discriminated against, being harmed. I have a problem with white people being harmed. I have a problem with our systems and our norms and standards being white erased so that they are less than they would be if we were in charge of our civilization, which exposes the white race, my brothers and sisters, to what? To danger in various ways, depending on whatever it is that the particular unit or department or etc. is doing. So the Post has learned aviation commander officer Winston Fish was an incompetent boob who had numerous breaches in safety as he attempted to make himself the unit's head helicopter instructor. Now, this is actually getting a little bit Claudine Gay here. We start off with probing and head, and I'm ready to turn around from the story. There he is, right there. Now, why would you think that this? Now, we are incessantly told, and here is where the Go Free dialogic works, and everything else sucks. It really does. Everything else is deleterious and harmful to us. That's why we're here where we are today, because we will go to our brothers and sisters, and if you go out there like a schmuck and anti-non-white, you will say, well, he's black. Well, he's black. Can you believe how black he is? Yeah, we can. And our brothers and sisters out there are going to know some competent black people, or they're going to know black people that are incompetent, but still their friends. And they're going to be thinking about their emotions, and they're going to be thinking about etc. So you're not going to be able to go to them and say, black, black. You're going to have to go to them and say, the reality, a view from our own perspective, a view that centers the white race. And that is, this incompetent individual is there to white erase a white male. Anti-whiteism has installed him there. Anti-whiteism keeps him there. Anti-whiteism lowers the standards so that he can be there, focusing on us. And then once he's there, what does he do? Well, he just runs it kind of like a tribal lord. I'm surprised he's not wearing a grass skirt. It's now he's in charge, even if he doesn't properly hold the title and the authority of being in charge. He's going to be in charge by the pressure and power of his personality, maybe his physicality. He's overriding normal maintenance done on these helicopters. Just take a look. Do not give them anything, he barked at his cops. An insider said, who led them on the base? Members have complained to the FAA and the NYPD Internal Affairs Bureau about Faison 52, who took over 2023 after stints at Youth Strategies, Community Affairs, and 2 Brooklyn precincts. So this guy is being shuffled around as a collateral beneficiary to the white erasure. He can probably speak English well. He probably doesn't talk about both this and both that. You know, all you got to do, I swear to God, black guys out there, I swear to freaking God, just be able to speak English, show up to work, just show up. You can even be a little late, and you are going to get rich. You are going to have white people are going to shower you. Anti-white white people are going to shower you with our women, with our jobs, with our job titles, with everything that you can imagine, pensions, early retirement, everything. Just fucking speak English and show up. That's all you've ever had. The fact that there are so many of you that are destitute, and that my entire life, you and Jews, I had to be absolutely browbeaten by anti-white white people about how I had to think about you 24/7 and your well-being and how you're feeling. The fact that there is any one of you who are destitute, it boggles my freaking minds. Speak relative decent English. Show up. Just show up. And your life is gilded in the West. And then you're still going to be anti-white. You're still going to complain. You're still going to talk about how it would be better to live in Africa's, where there is no 2-story tree huts, hardly any language, and you better live someplace where the white man showed up and built infrastructure of some sort. If you wanted to look anything like home, these are a list of the unbelievable things that absolutely prohibited, illegal, unbelievable, unethical things that this anti-white collateral beneficiary is responsible for. They're finally showing up, and he was known. How many things? How many lives did he jeopardize? How many codes did he breach? How many of those maintenance records did he just? You know, the white guys, and you got the maintenance record, and you look at it, and you're like, my God, does that? If I keep reading, do I get all the way back into ancient Egyptian times? Like, how far back do these maintenance records go? And every little jot and tittle, it's how our brains work. Sorry you don't fucking get it. Sorry you don't like that. Too damn bad. Go home. Get out. Get out of our country if you don't like it. Sorry you don't like it. So every little thing has to be reviewed, inspected, upkept, etc. But you get people like this in there, and the inclination is maybe to a little bit more laid back, a little bit more hangout-ish, a little bit more it's not that important mentality, a little bit less meticulous, a little bit less fastidious, right? Well, finally, after who knows how many codes, rules, etc., that this guy, how many infractions, he's finally being looked at. This is the tail rotor after he decided to do a little stunt over rocks and a quick landing stunt. And the rocks ate up the rotor. And if you lose that, you die. So what do we have here? White erasure, white males primarily harmed, the white population harmed because of the inefficiency. You can look at this right here. What this individual is supposed to do, he and his crew, maybe they're in the chopper rapping, what they're supposed to do, whatever that service is with these helicopters. I wonder if it's going to function as well as it would if it were straight-laced, tight-assed white men in charge of it. And if it's not working up to that standard, the people down the line who are supposed to be saved, rescued, aided, etc., are now dead. And maybe some of those people are folks you care about. Maybe it's you lying out somewhere, bleeding out, wondering where the help is. Well, here he is. That's why the help didn't show up. In all ways, this harms us. We could go on for quite some time identifying scores of ways in which this harms us and could harm us. It takes a real retarded, in the clinical sense, son of a bitch, to look at this and say, black guy, black guy. How about this? Police forces first ever black female superintendent is finally demoted. So how did she become the superintendent? Don't say because she's black. She became the superintendent because the white male, just like our previous item, that should be in this job, that earned it, that biospiritually is in harmony with performing a job in a system created by a group of people with a very specific biospirit, Western kind. We are fundamentally, at a fundamental level, more capable, more able to perform any role in a society created by our people because we have the same biospirit. We have the same instinct. You can think of it that way. If you're a jealous little freak and you're like, I'm not going to say it because the Jason guy said it. I'm not going to say it because he said it. So I'm not going to say it. Right. Okay, we got it. Instinct. Can you say that? Vegetable, cauliflower. Are you able to say that? Muppet, dimwit. Are you able to say that? So instinct. Because of the instinct, we are going to be better suited for any jobs, any roles in a system created by our people. I, even with my nosebleed IQ, would be less adept at serving roles and jobs, etc., in a system made by a group of people with a different biospirit, a different instinct, a different set of expectations, a different set of norms, etc. Does that make sense? Does that make sense? You can take these conversations even to your most lackluster, recalcitrant, and if you don't know the word, you're in the wrong classroom. Put on the dunce cap and waddle your fat, ugly ass, pull your pants up down the hallway where the rest of the vegetables hang out, and you can learn in that room. I understand you've got a substitute today, Mr. Fuentes. He'll be in the classroom today. If you are in the right place, then what you see here is that a white male was white erased, victimized. What about his life? What about the woman that he would have married or could have married? What about the children that he had or could have had? What ends up happening to him? White people aren't asking anywhere but in this community. That's important. That's relevant. A foundation for white well-being needs to be thinking about, talking about our people, how we are harmed, whether it's a direct harm that we can see right away, as in like, oh, I don't know, a Somali stabbing, a Muslim anti-white stabbing people at Walmart. It's that, or it's something like this. You don't get the job because you're a white man. And then we know so many relationships are wrecked because of financial issues. But here we had, and this is so true to form, it's something that when I was 11, 12, 13 years of age in junior high school, identified that here in the West, we have a system where you have a group of people, Western kind, Westmen, white people. You have a group of people who see themselves as responsible for the maintenance of our countries. We see ourselves that's why so many of us go into jobs like firefighting, and we go to the military, and we go to police department, and we are charitable, and on. We do so many of these service jobs, and it grows out of this notion that this is ours. We are responsible for maintaining it so that we can pass it on. It's our turn now, so we can pass it on to our next generation. You have that group of people, and then you have this other group of newcomers who see America as an opinion and an opportunity. They see Ireland as an opinion and an opportunity. They see Germany an opinion and an opportunity. And they come in working together to take advantage of all of these others who are just muddling around, trying to make sure that the machine of state continues, the machines of our society continue to operate. I said, you cannot have that 11, 12, 13 years of age. There should have been a white race out there that found out about me and was like, holy shit, this is the reincarnation. I don't believe in reincarnation, but this is the reincarnation of one of our, or the God of Western kind. But of course, there wasn't one. So I had to speak to all of my inferiors, adult and peers of the same age, who didn't understand jack shit. Didn't understand when I said, if they are using the system for their enrichment and we are muddling around to make sure it keeps operating, we end up being this livestock. We end up being their fans. We end up enriching them. We end up making them happy. That's exactly what's happening. But here was the scary part that I told folks so long ago, 11, 12, 13 years of age. And that is that eventually, incrementally, more and more of this livestock, this white population, these like white giant, you can kind of imagine us as white boobies, as some sort of like alien livestock. And they look like just giant boobies. And with the nips, they're eating up the grass and they are doing maintenance. All these white boobies out there in the world. Eventually, more and more of them are going to look up and say, I'm tired of being had. I'm tired of being used. I'm tired of being abused. I'm tired of working to maintain the system while others are living large, using our countries and our systems as an opinion. Well, you know what's funny is over the years, I told people in the white sympathetic sphere this, and they said, oh, we need that to happen. We need them to know right now, because then it will be over for them. And I was like, no, why are you thinking again? You were obviously too stupid to figure this out, what I just figured out. Now you're going to like stand on my shoulders? No, now's the time. At that point, you get down on your knees and you say, what's next? And then I say, what's next is if we don't create a system where they become a people rather than a deracinated, isolated, atomized, selfishly individualistic white race, then they will just prey on the rest of the white race like everybody else is. And so that's sort of a circuitous way to get to the title of this story, Demoted, finally, because she comes in and she is cheating and scheming the system to help. We saw this with FAA here in the United States. We saw this with the air traffic controllers. There was a gigantic story about 8 months ago about a anti-white, non-white person in the air traffic controller union who was providing the answers to the test to non-white people. So look it up for yourself. The ear is against the door. Maybe I understood it wrong. But here you have this woman. She gets promoted to this position of superintendent. She gets the money. What does she do with the money that can't be done with the money by the white guy who should have gotten the job? What does she do? She gets the clout. She gets, if she has any sense at all, she'll segue this into speaking opportunities across Canada, etc. Well, she got caught. She must have been really brazen, scheming to help her fellow minorities get promoted. The Toronto Police Service, first Black female superintendent, has been hit with a 2-year demotion. I mean, how are you not fired for good? What would happen if this were a white guy? What would happen? And he's scheming to exclude all these non-white people. Would he just get like you're just going to have a little demotion thing here. You're just going to, no, this would be a story written across the stars. And why is that? Because of the social morality that is the anti-white immoral imperative, which is what the Go Free dialogic, by way of our white positive morality, defeats. She will now get to serve as an inspector instead. Imagine this. Down one rank from her old position. She loses one rank, gets a new job. Typical. And there she is right there. You can tell that this one right here, Panama Canal, you can tell right now that this is a very intelligent person. And how dare you question that she's in that role because she's Black, is what the vast majority of our brothers and sisters are going to tell you if you question her race. If you say she's only there because she's Black, she's there because we are white erased. Just like the other Black guy, Swasa, is there because we were white erased. Do you see how this works? Do you see how we recapture our destiny? Do you see how you stop getting around and actually get active and achieve something for white well-being? So there you have it. No real punishment at all for this little daisy. All over Western civilization, we have people who are incompetent, who are doing something very noble, which is they're serving their individual well-being by way of their people's well-being. She wants to empower a bunch of other Blacks, because if she empowers the Blacks, it empowers her. Are any white people going to do that? Hell no. No white people are going to say, wow, I'm in office now, I'm going to hire a bunch of white people. Never happens. In the anti-white narrative, that's all white people ever do. In the real world, that's all they never do. So all over the West, we have incompetent people that are either intellectually, educationally inferior, who by way of instinct are ill-fitted for roles, certainly such as this, many roles in a system that we create. Nearly all of them, they are ill-fitted for those scenarios. They are doing something noble, and that is rewarding their own group, to empower their own group, to empower themselves. All over the West, we have this. And as a consequence, we are suffering. We are persecuted. We are divested of our future. We are divested of the control over our lives. Our systems to rescue each other are crippled. Our systems that in various ways bolster what we rely upon to do what we do in life, too multifarious to even begin to fathom, are undermined. And as a consequence, we are suffering. Let's keep going. Here we have, just went through the numbers on tech layoffs, and it's so much worse than you can imagine, writes this very interested party. Meanwhile, H-1B petitions hit the yearly cap in 6 months at 82% of all new tech jobs have all gone to foreigners. Offshoring tech jobs as well has hit record highs, with the entire shadow economies popping up all over the world as a consequence of all this money going out of the United States, financing these workers offshore. Tech jobs leading to office closures all across the United States, eerily similar to the wave of manufacturing jobs we sent overseas to China and Mexico that ended up hollowing out the middle class. The great tech replacement. Can you believe this? I want, when I get a new phone, that's a great tech replacement. If I can ever afford a new TV, that'll be a great tech replacement. Unbelievable. Everybody picking up right away, PC, politically correct again, exactly as I predicted for all of you. But you cannot help white people out of their stupidity. But let's come down here. So the great tech replacement is underway. It sounds like, why is it when I'm around white people, they are so vegetableized, I feel like I'm at the racetrack. That's all it is, all day long with white people. God, you can make me sick. He goes on to say here, I don't think these people realize what they're doing. You might be able to get away with replacing lower paying jobs with foreigners for a period of time. Now, I just got to tell you, this is the kind of white collar prick in the white race that turned away when the vast majority of white blue collar workers were being displaced, white erased by non-whites. This guy said, well, you might be able to get away with giving their jobs to the others. They looked away. You know what? You know where that wouldn't happen? Every other race on earth. It certainly wouldn't happen with Jews. Do you think a group of Jews would be like, oh, you're only wiping out those Jews? We don't care. No. Bill Ackman with billions would show up. And he's not blue collar. He doesn't know whatever it is, whatever other group of Jews. He doesn't have nothing to do with them. He'll show up with billions and pressure and lawyers and power, and he won't be the only one. There'll be many others who will show up. You know, white race, for all of your, they're so awful. That is exactly the behavior that is the most noble, the most glorious, the exact behavior that we have to emulate. Exact behavior. Emulate means do one better than. So hear this absolute talking out of his ass here. You might be able to get rid of those jobs for a time, but Americans don't really want to do those jobs. Yeah, we really did. We really wanted to do them. You know, all roofers were white. You know, down home in the South, being a roofer was like a known job that we did, like everywhere. And you were like, wow, you could tell, look how sunburned he is. It was all white guys. And by the way, that was a lot better looking than what it is now. I mean, you would pull up and you would see them roofing a house. And especially back in the day, it was a bunch of fit white guys walking around the roof. Aesthetically, a lot better looking than what you see today. I'm just saying, what would you rather have? So that was one of the jobs that we did down home. And now, no, they don't really want to do those jobs anyhow. That and so many other jobs. Drywalling. Roofing was one of the first. Drywalling was next. Plumbing was the next. And just going up the line. So he says here, But when you take away all the good jobs, give them, I kind of am disgusted by the arrogance of this motherfucker right now. The good jobs, give them to foreigners and remove the possibility of upward mobility for young Americans. You are effing with something you will never be able to take back. So now this guy is like, hey, blue collar white population, you better come and support us because they're taking our white collar jobs away. The better ones, the ones that pay more with less work. So it gets better. Take a look at this. This guy, I believe, is white. He says here, you want to build. Now, this is so typical. And this is, if there's any group, is the chat on Premium Rumble working? Somebody say hello over there. Henry says, I love you, Jason. You're the smartest man I've ever seen in my life. Much love from the once great state of Virginia back to Henry. Thank you so much for that. Tree Godfather. Americans, to them, doesn't equate to whites. We understand the distinction, says the Tree Godfather. Let me just do this. All right. Masumik is here. Heather says, yes, I remember that. Yeah, of course. It was all these, it was like, you know, like the Duke boys from that old TV show, Dukes of Hazzard. Those were the guys on the roofs. How would you like, what was the blonde guy's name? How would you like a bunch of guys that looked like that on the roof rather than the Hector? Hector, don't stand too close. Hector. Oh, shit, Hector. What? You got more Hectors? Oh, well. Doesn't matter. He says it doesn't matter that he fell and died off my roof. He's got more Hectors. Where that came from? Rob Schneider. What was that guy? Janice, thank you. Bo and Luke Duke, said Brand Danger. That's right. So listen to this white POS right here. You're going to love this. We're going to be hitting our quick news in just a moment. And right after that, we are going to get into Nick Fuentes and Aarvoll Decoded, their conversation. And I've got quotes. We're not going to painfully listen to the totality of a 2-hour interview. But I got quotes, the pertinent stuff. You're going to want to stay here because you're going to want to have your eyes peeled right open. Kind of like, was that a Metallica video? Was it a Metallica video, music video back in the day? What was it? It was Metallica, wasn't it? What was the song? And they had the eyelids held open. This idiot says here, now this is so typical for the white race. Not going to happen with other races. If this indeed is coming out of the mouth of a white guy, says, hey, if you want to build the best baseball team in the world, shouldn't you be allowed to recruit outside of America? That's what it boils down to. No, it boils down to we are a people. We develop countries to serve our well-being, not your fucking baseball team, you piece of shit. I genuinely despise white people who think like this with a deep and unabiding animosity, a deep hatred for these white people. No other group feels this kind of rage from me. Only white people like this. Because here you have white people, our brothers and sisters, being victimized by a set of policies that enrich or do anything. If there's a set of policies that are, as a consequence of their application, are victimizing white people, white families, white women, white men, white children, white grandparents, white infants. That policy's got to go, because what's important? What's important? This motherfucker here is talking like he is Elon Musk himself, like he's benefiting from it. And so he has, now maybe he's Indian and he's making the argument because it's a specious argument to arrive at an outcome that benefits his people and therefore him. But this argument I've heard out of white people. We heard it wasn't that long ago when Vivek Ramaswamy was out there arguing, we need the best. It's all about having the best team. We heard it on Fox News, didn't we? We heard this argument. We got to build the best team. No, we don't. That's totally irrelevant. We'll have the best team. We will absolutely have the best team in the end, because we didn't get to where we are on planet Earth by not having the best team. But it's totally irrelevant. What's relevant is our people's well-being. If our people don't have the training, then it's your duty as the government, as a money maker in one of our countries, to educate us. Work programs, work educational programs, pay while you learn, get paid while you learn, while you do the job. That already happens with apprenticeships. All of this has been done in the past. These are just new anti-white, specious arguments to divest us, to white erase us. So here you have no Jew. So as you can see, Jews are far healthier. No Jew will ever go to other Jews and say, oh, well, we need to undermine the Jewish population in this country or that country, or even Israel. We need to undermine the Jewish population because, hey, in the final analysis, we want to have the best team. Right? That would never happen. That would never happen. Only white scum would talk like this. This guy's response, of course, there's the great tree godfather underneath. This guy's response is completely ignorant. It's actually more like trying to build the best baseball team by importing cricket players. What? By importing cricket players and paying them nothing, so ownership can pocket the debt. See, all your basic cuck can talk about is dollars. That's all they can talk about. That's all they know, because they're selfish individuals. That's all they know. You are a piece of shit if that's what you are. If you put dollars, and especially dollars that aren't even yours, like the GDP, if you put that ahead of the well-being of white children, you're not even fit to be alive, as far as I'm concerned. Now, don't kill these people. I'm just saying they're not fit to be. Genetically, you are at the end of the line. You are not fit to exist anymore. And you can help facilitate the end of that in various ways, but you are not fit to exist, as far as I'm concerned. Yeah, the question is having the best team. Well, you know what? You piece of shit. And I'm going to move on from here. But you know what? You can take every single job in all Western countries, every single job, every single one. And you can import non-white people from the rest of the planet. Won't even diminish that population at all, noticeably. So you could take all non-white people from the globe, bring them into Western countries, and have them do the exact same jobs. Oh, you're going to have some different standards. Oh, all of that's going to change, of course. But they could have every white person's job, and there'll be even more money for the wealthy white people, for the wealthy Jewish people, for the wealthy Indians. I mean, think of Sriram Krishnan from Little Tech and all the money that he has. Billion. What's that other Indian's name? Oh my God, I can see his hideous face. Billions of dollars. You know, a lot of these people who are anti-Jew, they love talking just about the Jews who are very openly anti-white with big money. They don't talk about like these Indian billionaires who said that the white people are actual trash. Billionaires and growing. outright saying, out in the open. Check it out for yourself, because maybe I didn't hear it right. You'll have to confirm, you'll have to confirm the ear is against the door with all these anti-whites. But final analysis here, what matters is us, not the economy. We will make the economy work for us. What matters is our well-being, our happiness, not whether or not we have a few more dollars in our pockets in a short-lived way. Certainly not whether or not the country that can print money by way of that semi-private or private bank, as is the case all across the West, that it could have more dollars. And certainly not that somebody like Elon Musk could have more dollars. No, we come first. We will make the economy work for us. And if our workers don't have the training to get the job done, then they should be educated by these billionaires in our countries. End of conversation. No more. We need some workers. We're going to fly them in over your head. It's so reminiscent of white people, whether they are Christian or Mormon or atheist or whatever, and they want to give aid, and they don't look to our brothers and sisters. They put it on aircraft and they fly it to the city that is full of blacks and browns and yellows, or they fly it even further over our heads into non-white countries, while our poor, our working and deserving poor, get next to nothing. This is the flights go out. Think about this metaphorically. The flights go out with the medical supplies, the food, the basic needs, the on and on, the dollars, the cash dollars. They go out with all of that, and they come back filled up with H-1B visa holders come to take your jobs. That is the West that we live in today. Why? Because of the strategies of the schmucks, people who are anti-non-white, and that's what they want to talk about, and people who are the cucks, people who they just want to abstractionize. They never want to talk about the white race as a group being victimized. In Oregon, family farms are outraged because anti-white Democrats have passed rules that prevent them, undermine them from doing business, from having, you got your fresh produce on the side of the road. Well, the anti-whites in the Democrat Party took a real hairy eyeball look at this, and they said, goddamn, these people are all white. We got to restrict this. Let's get on restricting that right away. They wouldn't do it if these farmers were non-white.
Shouldn't we be coming together to say, how can we make sure more small farms survive?
Local farmers say they are fighting for their futures. They say proposed state rules would run many family farms out of business.
K2's Allison Gottlieb is at the live desk. And Allison, you visited Topaz Farms, which is on Sauvie Island today. What did they tell you?
Yes, I spoke to the owners of Topaz Farms, and they say all of this came as a surprise, and they feel like small farmers are under attack. A new set of
why can't you just say the reality? White farmers, not small farmers. And then you have typical of white people, especially white females of both sexes. Can't we all just come together? Can't we just come together and get along? It has nothing to do with race. Oh, it has nothing. I promise you, it has nothing to do with race. And then her husband's like, no, it's got nothing to do with race. Her boyfriend's black. I'm happy about it. I'm happy about it, which we've been trying since 2 years old to transition my child to a female, doing everything I can. Has nothing to do with race and victimizing white people. So there you have that. We're going to cut that story short. I mean, you get the gist of it, don't you? The anti-whites, white people selling produce, these small white farms. Now, what are the cucks going to say about this? What will the cucks say? They're not going to talk about the white people being targeted, right? The cucks are going to use an abstraction. This is about big agro. This is about just having giant farms run by corporations. Well, no shit, that's what's going to happen as well. But do you think Jews would ignore the fact If all these farmers were Jews, do you think the Jews would ignore the fact that they're all Jews and say it's anything but victimizing Jews? In fact, you know what? If these farmers were Jews, Jews would come in and say, well, this is anti-Semitic. And then, of course, the government would say, no, it has nothing to do with race or peoplehood or your identity as a people group. No, it has to deal with other things like maintaining our rural spaces as rural spaces. How could you even conclude that it has anything to do with peoplehood? It's anti-Semitic. Every Jew would stand up and say anti-Semitic. No Jew would turn to the other Jews and say, this is not anti-Semitic. It really has nothing to do with our peoplehood. It has nothing to do with our race. No Jew would be that dumb. But white cucks, oh, they'll line up like anal polyps in a hurry. Shit, like anal herpes in a hurry. They'll line right up, squealing away. It has nothing to do with race. It has everything to do with race. Here is something that'll just blow your mind. Even if the people who created this law didn't think once about the race of the farmers. If you want to have a people and derive individual well-being by your people's well-being, you have to notice and argue from the position of its impact on your group. Nah. Okay? And if you're like, I know I still don't get, then get the fuck out. Get the fuck out. The paper shredder truck is outside. You could try that out. Might be a tight fit. While they're doing that, we have this during the Trump administration, completely undermining MAHA, Make America Healthy Again.
I've been working in pesticide regulation and regenerative beekeeping for nearly a decade. So I know a lot about pesticides, and people need to know what's happening right now in the US. There is a bill, Bill 453, that if approved will give pesticide companies immunity against any recourse from Americans who get sick from the poisons that they're spraying.
Okay, so you don't need to hear any more of that. We're speeding this along. This one works with honeybees. Of course, there has been a significant diminution of European honeybee numbers, according to everything I've read. Check it out for yourself. And they're all saying it's because of these companies like Bayer, Monsanto, on and on, that are producing these chemicals to put on crops, to alter the crops, and it's making the bees sick. It's making the people sick. They're dying off as a consequence. And now what these companies are doing, of course, is they're going to the government and they're writing legislation that protects them from the consequences of human beings coming into contact with their products. This is what happens, cucks. This is what happens in a society where you elevate the God economy above your flesh as a people group. This is naturally what happens. So let's take a look just very briefly here. Look at this article. I want you to take we're going to take a quick look. We'll read here. If you're harmed by the product cause infertility or liver disease, would expect to have the right to seek justice by a court of law. Most Americans would answer yes. And of course, you're not going to get it if the legislation goes through. Can you believe this? This is the consequence. Are we victimized by this as a people group? Yes. That means it's anti-white. But I want you to see where this guy says here, coordinated effort is unfolding in state legislatures and on Capitol Hill, the federal government. So all 50 states and the federal government. So try to begin to fathom the seemingly infinite number of ways that these giant companies can operate in the shadows to manipulate the public legally, socially, morally, ethically, etc., by legislation, through the courts, through 4-H clubs, through tractor surplus stores. It's impossible for the human brain to encapsulate the dynamical and total, even fractional condition of society. So you are not going to be able to combat this with any sort of a top-down, we need a president in charge. We need another grift tank, which is First Last's think tank. We need another grift tank to talk about this. We need another top-down sort of an ideology. No, society is infinitely complex. You need empowered individuals. Wherever you stick, for example, we started off with two different black people, don't know each other. Wherever you stick them in that infinitely complex machinery of society, you're going to get a trained outcome that benefits the individual by way of the individual's group's well-being. You need that if you want to defeat this. You're not going to combat them in every state legislature, in every 4-H club, and at the federal level. You're not going to be able to combat them for all time. You need white people in all of these different nooks and crannies of our societies to say no on the basis of it will harm us as white people. You need white people empowered with a social morality that puts our well-being, our welfare, ahead of an economic concern. So let's just legislators seek to provide legal, okay, well, up here, jump back up. They want to grant legal immunity, liability shields to agrochemical manufacturers. This means big A's, big chems, big seed can hurt you and kill you and just get away with it. Not just get away, but profit from it. A wave right now across America, a wave of legislation seeks to provide legal immunity to chemical companies, removing the right to recourse for the harm the products have caused. I want to find exactly where this guy writes. Maybe it's here. This guy goes into somewhere in this article where he starts listing, not in a listicle sort of way, but he starts listing in this article all of these different avenues where these different big companies are out manipulating and maneuvering. And you go after this in a, what is that game that imbecilic children play where you smack the thing? You know, the smart kids, they play it once or twice and then they're like, I've had enough of this. You're like smacking in the little moles or groundhogs are popping their heads up. You go after these companies in that fashion and you'll go to your grave with zero success because they're everywhere. You need a formula that transforms the human capital, the human people that are everywhere, the people that are everywhere, white people that are everywhere, so that wherever this crops up, there's somebody there to say, or more than somebody, people there, a societal norm that says, no Monsanto, no Bayer, no, you're not going to be doing X, Y, or Z here. Are you going to go fight them in this state house or that state house? The honeybees, as I understand, are a canary in the coal mine. And as I understand, they are kicking it. So we can keep around with this stuff, or we can get serious. That is what we are going to be getting to in just a moment, ladies and gentlemen. Before that, though, we're going to jump on over very quickly, very briefly to our quick news and see what we have to discover there.
Breaking news, a plane departing Denver International Airport was just forced to abort takeoff due to a landing gear failure, causing passengers to flee on emergency slides from the smoke and fire.
I want you all to remember what we covered just a couple of days ago that Buttigieg, not the individual, just another anti-white, just another name, another anti-white, over the course of Biden's presidency, just 4 years, spent $80 billion on anti-whiteism. Now you have planes almost every day. You just had another one 2 days ago, almost another mid-air collision, and that was after the almost mid-air collision with the B-52, where the white guy saved everybody, and nobody's talking about it because it was a white guy that had to take the evasive maneuver to save everybody. This is why everything looks like this now. This is your future. Worse yet, this is the future of your white babies. And if you don't feel compelled enough, when you see a bunch of little white kids, if that doesn't make you say, I'm going to do everything in my life to stop them from having to live in what's going to end up far worse than this, then you are garbage. And you should just go ahead and exit stage right. Where you going there, little guy? None of your damn business. Am I being detained? You gotta love that little owl. We don't say DEI. That's what they want it called. We call it what it is. Anti-whiteism. You know what's really infuriating me? I'm gonna take a look at your comments and see what you all are having to say. Several weeks back, I told you all that I was noticing a uptick, a return in the anti-white concept, a meme pathogen, politically correct, politically incorrect. Listen closely to this.
It started coming out of the news agencies. Again, all of a sudden, this resurrecting politically correct, politically incorrect. Within weeks, the white sympathetic sphere, I don't know what percentage of the white sympathetic sphere is worth a shit. Both the cucks and the schmucks are all saying politically correct. And some of them, you'll hear it, some of them are now saying PC, anti-PC. How can you be this much of a muppet? How can you be this brain dead? They immediately adopt the verbiage of the victimizer. Like this. Just like this. We don't
give it up for Stop Anti-Whiteism. Did the slight echo change after you wrote that? This is another concept that you should get ready. Here comes another prediction. This is the trouble with wanting men and having to go, wanting to go out on dates with men. Anti-whites who call themselves feminists, we don't call them that because that's what they want to be called. They've coined a new term, hetero-fatalism. Now, bet me that the schmucks and the cocks will use hetero-fatalism. You bet, especially when they have to baffle gab to convince their dullard audience, their midwit audience, that they're so intelligent. They know what is hetero-fatalism. I never heard it. You watch. They'll immediately. So they've got no problem adopting concepts. They just have a problem adopting concepts that benefit the white race. Here we have Dr. Duchesne talking about something that is really important. We're not going to be reading all this, but he's talking about limbic businesses are key players in and then he uses some, what I consider stupid verbiage, the biological white erasure of the West. Of course, that's talking about us white people. But otherwise, his point here is really important about limbic capitalism. Capitalists have figured out how to manipulate the brain to get sales out of people. And of course, it has significantly ruined the white race. Where have I told you that I've talked with people who own casinos, and they say the white people show up, the white older folks primarily, and they spend their entire life's savings playing the gambling, playing the slots and gambling the machines. This is where Instead of going, you know, you've got, take a good look at this, folks. Never forget this. Instead of rolling in there like Bill Ackman with his the Jew, with his billions of dollars to come save the Jews at a university he didn't attend, he doesn't know anybody at. Instead of rolling in like that, this is what they're doing with their money. This is literally what these white brain dead cucks are doing with, and why are they able to be taken advantage of? Well, you can read in Dr. Duchesne's post there that they don't have a people. They don't have a people. They don't have an identity. If there's no people and no identity, there's no support structure. And then they are exposed to these ravenous, capricious capitalists who are going to manipulate them biologically to fleece them of every dollar. Look at how disgusting. I've physically seen this as well. This is your white race. This is your white race. Full of medicine, sick and fat, and playing arcade. And so that's the thing. They're playing a gambling arcade game, and then everybody else, millennials, Gen X, Zoomers, the alphas, they're all playing video games. You can't even win anything. You guys are even dumber. There is zero chance that you could actually win anything playing those video games. At least these dumbasses have a chance of winning something, even if it's 0.4701. Sickening.
You might want to check your driver's license to see if you're an organ donor. The New York Times has revealed serious issues with the organ donation system. RFK Jr. has already announced plans to reform the system, saying this: "Our findings showed that hospitals allowed the organ procurement process to begin when patients showed signs of life, and this is horrifying. At this point, the only difference between the healthcare system and a horror movie is the copay." One example includes the case of a man in Kentucky who was declared brain dead and then woke up on the operating table as surgeons were about to take his organs for donation after the nonprofit pushed hospital workers to remove them prematurely. So you wanted us to take the organs out when they're dead?
How many white people did you talk to that said to you, if you ever expressed concern about being an organ donor on a driver's license, and they said, no, that would never happen. They would never just let you die so they could get your organs. And that's what, according to Kennedy and others, that's exactly what has been done. That is exactly. Now, why would white people be that gullible? The white race that comes out of this is not going to be the white race of today. Let me guarantee you that. That gullibility is gone. If I would ever say, yeah, you could have my organs after I'm dead. No, you. Because I will come back from the grave and get them from you. Old people at weddings always poke me and say, you're next. So I started doing the same thing at funerals. Evil.
Because what you gotta say.
Not gonna watch much of this. I mean, it's just full. The United States, the totality of the West, full of people who see our countries as an opportunity, live off of our welfare system. Yet again, another different non-white, anti-white person. Here you have $20,000 or $15,000 in an EBT haul.
Some energy is just too good to waste it. Remember,
these are your dollars. This is your destiny. This is the future of your white children being robbed from you.
Remember, the bigger
this is the surplus that we create for ourselves. We have as much a right to inherit as we do to bequeath, and we are being fleeced by anti-whites. There'll be nothing left to give the future white generations.
The heart means the bigger the target, and Cupid ain't the only one shooting, so make sure you keep that good heart guarded. So many will want to touch you, but few will be prepared to hold you. And remember, it ain't no warranties on the broken dreams they sold.
And remember, the whole time that you are feeding The people here who will show up at the Walmarts to stab you to death, or who will show up at the jazz festival to beat the 2 white people who showed up into a brain dead state. You're feeding them and making their muscles big. You're feeding these people to grow in complete anti-white hatred of this system. No gratitude for a lifetime of full bellies, entertainment, etc. No gratitude, just vicious anti-white, vitriolic, and physical abuse, physical attacks. Here you have the 2 people. Folks, when she hit the ground, she was punched in the face, doing nothing, by a black male, trying to just put up her hands to get them to stop brain stomping the white guy into a wheelchair and vegetable. He punched her in the face. She's lying on the ground, eyes wide open on her back, and blood pours from the corner of her mouth. Once her mouth gets full of blood, my guess is that all of her teeth have been caved back into her face. Have you had enough yet? Do you want to get busy with something to recapture our destiny? Or do you want to just keep showing up to guys who are going to talk about how Jews are so bad? Here's a dog a trash talking dog playing video games. Your mom called me a good boy last night. Hey, did you hear about the T app? The T app was an app that was just created. It was just created by anti-whites, obviously. And it was for the doxing and mocking and ridiculing of men. Women would sign up to this app, and then they would share the real names, identities, addresses of guys they went on dates on, and ridicule them, mock them. You can imagine. It would probably the number one comment, even if no one had any sex there, the number one comment would be that they all had small units. The number one comment. Well, many thousands of women immediately signed up to participate in this because they're garbage. So many of them look white to me. All the pictures, so many of the pictures that have been shared of the people participating, anti-white white people. And then they were hacked. And all of them, they had to use picture IDs to join this app. 72,000 images. And over 13,000 that included government-issued IDs on this website that has revealed them. And I see people saying, well, it's what you expect. They're all hideous. No, good-looking women are not immune to that behavior. There are good-looking or average-looking or whatever that were also on this app. I get the inclination to say that they're all ugly on the inside. That's the truth. And they're all getting what they deserve now. California Democrats advancing a bill to fine social media platforms for not suppressing speech that they term not anti-white enough. They're going to use the concept hate speech. We don't, because that's their verbiage. And by the way, the great Dununaki shared with us, we like to say never use their terminology because it legitimizes their ideology and all of the concepts, especially the unspoken concepts therein. He added, when you use their terminology, you justify their criminality. When you use their terminology, you justify their immorality. Let's give it up for Danunaki. I love both of those. Very powerful, brother.
Whatever you do, do not get on the train anytime soon. Major warnings being issued after lots of reports of this happening on the tube. People in various places, but quite predominantly on the tube, have had weird substances blown in their face, and well, what happened next was far worse. There has been a lot of reports coming out of something called devil's breath. Devil's breath is essentially this compound, which, is very bad. I'm not going to speak about too much of it because it will get taken down. But there is lots of people getting jailed and lots of people having horrendous things happen to them because of this. Many people have reported being on the tube in a quiet area with not that many others around. Then someone coming up to them looking a bit suspicious and just standing around them. Sometimes noticing them blowing a white smoke almost from a newspaper or a folded piece of paper that's hidden into their face. Or sometimes it's so small that they won't even notice it, they'll just start to feel weird. Feeling drugged and almost out of control, someone else will then come in and lead you to a cash register and make you do things you didn't want to do, or just blind rob you right there.
You know what? In Mayberry, 100% white Mayberry, in 100% white Sweden, in 100% white Canada, nothing like this happened. Nothing like that happened. But, you know, here we are. That's where we are today. How about this? A crocheting prodigy celebrated on Good Morning America, now accused of child sex abuse and false imprisonment. We're almost done with the quick news, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, another example of how using the tactics, let's say, for example, of the schmucks are going to fail you here. You go out and you're like, well, look at this. Look at the blacks out there. Look at the non-whites or whatever. And a ton of white people saw this black kid. He's a crocheting genius. And they're going to say, no, why? Absolutely not. They're not all this way or that way. I saw on TV one that's a crocheting. Do you do crochet? Are you a crocheter, for the love of God? Are you, for the love of God? Are you a crocheter too? I mean, that's about as innocent as it gets. But if you go to these imbecilic white people, these big fat boobs, and you use the go free tactics, you can bring them right over. You can bring them right over to concern for white well-being. How about this? 127 years catastrophic sea level rise from climate change. 1898, look at it there. And clearly in the next image, she's underwater, except 2025. Looks like it's about the same place. This is how I want to be displayed at my funeral. Take a look at this contraption. Holy shit. Please, yes, display my corpse this way, folks. Whee! And finally, ladies and gentlemen, the best part about pooping with the door open in the morning is being able to see everyone's face at Starbucks. Oh!
I see the world through a broken lens, any white lies in every defense.
We are going to be, let me know you can hear me. We are going to be getting right into Fuentes and Aarvoll. Get ready.
White well-being, can you hear me scream? In a world where the light fades to black, my ground, won't turn my back. Going free is a dream I hold tight. In the darkness, I'll fight for the light. New pathogens infect my mind. They try to twist the truth I find.
Thank you, Heather.
But I'll confront, I'll challenge, I'll dispel. I won't let their lies be my living hell. White well-being, can you hear me scream? In a world where the light fades to black, I'll stand my ground, won't turn my back. Going free is the dream I hold tight. In the darkness, I'll fight for the light.
Epic Slots tune, ladies and gentlemen. We love it. We love the hard work that he does. Let me know that you can hear me okay. We're going to be getting into Fuentes. We have paying to kill white babies. Dead white babies for dollars. And that is in the Albanese government. Maybe a story about the appeals, or it finds Trump's effort to end birthright citizenship to be unconstitutional. Big thank you to Steve and everybody who has reposted the stream. We're going to be getting into Nick Fuentes and Aarvoll Decoded.
the flame.
Epic tune, my brother. Epic tune. Let us get into, we'll show you right now.
I was expecting to be prompt and right on time. But yeah, thanks for being with us. Nick obviously is one of the most prominent right-wing commentators, pundits, news broadcasters out there at the moment.
All right. Let's talk about this interview, because I saw this the other day, and maybe you did as well. And I thought, what could this conversation be about? I did not know that they were at odds. If I did, I had forgotten. It was just immaterial to me. I'm a busy person, and when it comes to white well-being, we focus on results for white people. We don't follow around another group of folks complaining about them, because complaining about another group of folks doesn't create a people out of the deracinated white race. Evidence is many generations behind you. So if you can't look and see that and say, oh, well, that doesn't work, something else has to be done, then there's something wrong with you. Maybe you never thought about it before. Maybe there was a lot of social pressure. Maybe you had been sucked into this use of the wrong tool for our problem, which is the lack of a people. And maybe you're sucked into the use of this wrong tool and the Einstein effect, and you think to yourself, well, they were doing it, we just got to do it more. We got to do it more. The reality is, of course, that you've got the wrong tool for the job, the wrong objective as well. And that's why things have been getting nothing but worse. More complaining is not going to fix it. If you are a white person listening to this, I want you to consider that as we go through this material, because it's really revealing. Actually, it's very revealing, especially about my assessments, my observations, what I have shared with all of you here. It is uncanny how accurate I am at looking at these things. Fuentes himself confirms what I told you all years ago. Years ago, he is finally observing in his environment, in his community, what I told you all, what I predicted for you all years ago, and have continually kept you abreast of all along. So we're going to be talking about what happened, why it's interesting, and the crux of their disagreement over the course of the next hour or so, at least. We are going, it's interesting. Why is it interesting? It's interesting for several reasons. It's interesting because we learn a lot about the two of these guys over the course of their conversation. 2-hour conversation. You can find it over on Aarvoll's channel on YouTube, probably also on his other platforms, I would think on X as well. What do we learn about Fuentes? Well, we learn his stated objective. What's his stated objective? Does anybody even really know? One of the benefits when you are duping people or kind of leading them along is to not have a really concrete map like we have here. We have a very concrete map of step A, step B, step C, step D. We show people using and how it works, why it works, and then we share with you the successes of it. It worked again and again and again. Many testimonials. So does anybody even know? Can anybody tag me as no white guilt, @ no white guilt, and tell me what is Fuentes' like stated objective? I know that there are going to be some folks listening live and in replay on the various platforms. that are going to be these devotees, Fuentesians. And some of those folks are going to be non-white. Probably more than half of them will be non-white because the majority of his followers are non-white. And he recognizes this. And we're going to get into it, man. I talk about hitting a home run. Talk about hitting a grand slam home run here. Tag me and I'll be keeping an eye on the chats. I see that Sue is in the YouTube chat. She says, Zionists pay America to make. And so before reading even any further, here is what is the mantra. Jews bad because. I've never argued, no one in white well-being has ever argued that there aren't Jews who are anti-white. Do not list for me. I've been in service to white well-being for 3 decades. Do not come to me and say, but they do this, but they do that. You're not making a point. I know there are anti-white Jews. I know there are. Okay, now what? See, that's what happened for me when I was a child, when I was a teenager, and I started going to these meetings and conferences and get-togethers, and I said, now what? Because I'm an actual man of the West. Now what? There was no now what. It's just complain more. Winners don't complain. Complainers are losers. So I'm not even going to read the rest of it. Jews are bad because. Okay, got it. Now what? Now what? That's your whole, fire. That's all you got. Isn't it, Sue? That's all you got. What now? And then what so often is the case is, oh, well, nothing. I just, and then this is the most cowardly, pusillanimous response. I just want to talk about it. I just want to talk about, well, what if we just wanted to talk about, you don't want anything to happen to Jews. No. You just want to talk about, well, what if the people in your neighborhood, they just wanted to talk about you being a thief at night. They just want to talk to all your neighbors about you being maybe a child predator. Yeah, but those things aren't true. Oh, okay. So they just want to talk about it. You're against the conversation? Is that the issue? So don't even bother coming to me with that cowardly retort. So what is, from the Fuentes hardcore devotees, what is his stated position, a goal, his stated objective? What is he doing? What is everybody coming together to do? What is that objective going to be? He's got a stated objective. We also learned what his real objective is. Isn't that something? In this conversation, he's a chatty box. He's a little chatty box. He's definitely a little chatty box. Little garrulous. So we learn what his actual objective is. We also learn his definition. Now, this is really fascinating. His definition of what he perceives are the two alternative right or right wing, aside from the establishment right wing, of course, are the two alternative right factions. Did you know he has a view on that? He views there to be two factions. Do you know what they are? Well, he tells you in this interview. He also demonstrates, because he can't not demonstrate, how his delivery manipulates midwits. And that's a really fascinating thing to observe, is how the delivery. So, I mean, did people watch this? Did anybody watch this? Let me know if you watched this interview. I mean, what you came away from this conversation thinking. I see Dennis is here, and I don't have any ill will for Sue. I mean, if you say to yourself, wow, you know what, you're right. I mean, that's like all I got. All I can do is I got this like list of these things, and it doesn't do anything. It doesn't work. It hasn't changed anything. I'm interested. Well, then that's awesome. That's awesome. Arms open. If you got an open mind, our arms are open. We want you to become a better version of yourself, and we can enable you to do that. Seawater is here. Dr. Spider is here. Here you have another midwit take by J.C. Said there would be no anti-whiteism if there were no Jews. Well, that is just palpably false. That is just obviously false. How did Jews or any other non-white groups get into white countries? How did they get in? How were they able to advance their interests if there wasn't already an anti-whiteism in the white population that would collaborate with outsiders to the detriment of our people? So it's just palpably false. You are given, you really need to understand the Jewsburgs. By the way, we call you Jewsburgs and schmucks. And schmuck, of course, is a Yiddish word, and so it's really appropriate for you all. But you really have to understand that the contending with the anti-whiteism in society is a dynamical, infinitely complex conundrum for the white race. If it could be settled and resolved by every dumbass midwit with an easily accessible, it's just the dues, it would have been solved, dipshit. So really, go look in the mirror right now, and you know how bright you are. Go look in the mirror right now and say, oh, could it be solved with what I can easily grasp? No. Saying it's the Jews doesn't make a people out of the white race. Does it? And that's what we need, a people. The Westman is here. And then you have a lot of these people, remember, a lot of these people showing up are going to be, a lot of the supporters of Nick Fuentes are non-white people who see Jews as a competitor to their people's empowerment. And they see correctly that their individual well-being is improved by their people's empowerment. So they're going to roll up and they're going to slander, they're going to, etc., anything, because they want to prevent white people from fighting for ourselves. They want white individuals to join their effort against Jews. That's what's going on with so many of these people. And so many of them pretend to be white. So keep that in mind as a lot of these fans of Fuentes show up and make their comments. You have people who are going to be Arab, who hate Jews, and they want white people to fight the Jews too. So they'll show up and they'll say, well, this guy's obviously a Jew or working for the Jews or whatever. You'll have people, a lot of Hispanics, same thing. Asians, same thing. And my prediction coming so true is so beautiful about these folks. So we learned that about Fuentes. We also learned some things about Aarvoll, I'm afraid. And while I do like Aarvoll, I'm not burning Aarvoll down at all. I like the guy. We had him on recently, and I really like and endorse everything where an individual is saying to him or herself, I want to help actual white people. I want to help white people be the best that they can be the safest that they can be, protect their children, actual, not in the abstraction, but physical white people like we do here. Everybody that says that they're behind that, that's what they want to accomplish, I endorse those people in that effort. So Aarvoll, as we talked about here, and I was very excited about, creating these return to the land efforts to help white people live amongst each other so that we would be uninhibited by the anti-whiteism undermining us, by many other whites, etc. I think that's a good deed. I think that's a good agenda and a good ideology, a good program. Now, I necessarily am not personally very terribly interested in carrying out something like that because there are challenges. There are challenges there that I would rather not contend with, but that's an example of Aarvoll is doing something positive for white people. I'm doing something positive for white people, and we can run parallel. Unfortunately, we learned some other things about Aarvoll in this interview that it is worth articulating, that we are very different in some other ways. So we learn who Aarvoll is looking to for guidance on the subject of everyone coming together in the wake of a lapse, what he calls a lapse of faith in Trump. We learn how Aarvoll sees his work and himself in relation to Fuentes and Fuentes' work. We learn what type of leadership Aarvoll wants to see for the movement. He sees himself a part of, and that's an important distinction. We learn how he'd like to see that leadership organized, what he thinks should be done relative to the Republican Party, what type of confederation that Aarvoll would like to see formed. And again, nothing against the guy personally, totally endorse return to the land, but there are some distinct differences and some places where not only are we not parallel, but we are antithetical. So they are worth addressing. What we're going to do is I'm going to read quotes in a moment, but first I'm going to give you the answers to those questions that we just posed, rather than beat around the bush. Ay is here. He says, I did see some of the interview. Nick admits to all of your points on the white sympathetics indirectly and sometimes directly. I missed my chances to timestamp it with NWG was right. Were you amazed? Were you amazed? I was just like, this is exactly what I've been talking about for years. For years. And here it is. You can't be this accurate, but somehow I am. Penn is asking, would there be any type of collaboration where you would do anything with Nick? We are in antithetical movements. So, absolutely no. Antithetical. And you'll see as I go through this, his answers, his positions, how different it is from white well-being, by his own words. And this is the kind of garbage you're going to see in the live chat. People saying things that to ridicule me, that every streamer does. Ridiculous. Stumbling said he dropped irrelevant entropy. Let's see if it came up. I tuned into the Dr. Davinsky X stream with Aarvoll. Some speakers were allowed to say disgusting anti-white things I won't repeat. Aarvoll ended up quitting the stream early. Turns out Davinsky is an anti-white Jew who promotes miscegenation. So that's, if you don't know, miscegenation is, for us, all we care about. It applies to any groups of people, but what we care about is biological white erasure. Concerning that, Aarvoll went on that stream at all. And Stumbling comes in with a $15 financial gift there with that. Thank you for sharing that, brother. I saw that stream was on, and I didn't know anything about it or that person. So appreciate the info there. Let's see what we have here. I do want to take a look, and I'm going to take a look at, very briefly, a interview of Aarvoll as well with, I think it was NBC. And I'm going to juxtaposition that with Mayor Wu in Boston and the legislation that she's advancing in Boston to deprive white communities. Truly remarkable. So what happened this past week? There was a reconciliation. Apparently, Aarvoll had traveled up to Chicago at some point in the past to speak with Fuentes about a collaboration relative to Aarvoll's work. I don't know exactly what it was. I don't know if Aarvoll was asking Fuentes to invest or endorse one or more of these communities, or maybe a youth center, or don't know what it was. But as a consequence of that interaction, I don't know if Aarvoll felt insulted by Fuentes. I don't know any of the details, but they ended up in a argument, that became acrimonious, and they've been in this acrimony since. But suddenly, Fuentes, out of the blue, reaches out to Aarvoll and says he wants to reconcile. Doesn't it make you wonder why? Is that the behavior of Fuentes that people know? Nah, that's not the behavior of Fuentes. Why did Fuentes reach out? I don't see any of the Fuentes followers tagging me with that very first question I asked. What is Fuentes' objective? His stated objective. Nobody's reaching out with the answer. Well, in my opinion, Fuentes has a lot of female energy. And when something is happening in the white sympathetic sphere, when something is getting a lot of attention, it's just like, go back to high school. When there is an event where something's happening and the important people are going to be there, the people that matter are going to be there. Well, all the girls have to be there. They all think it's the most important thing in the world. They've got to show up. Their face has to be there. I've noticed when it comes to Fuentes, when somebody gets a lot of attention in the white sympathetic sphere, Fuentes has to show up. If he can't show up, then he has to malign them. He's got to be present. Recently, Aarvoll has gotten a ton of coverage from mainstream media, anti-white media, including the ADL slandering him. For people who are functioning as the villain in the anti-white narrative, being named by the ADL or SPLC is an honor. They literally think that's an honor. I have decades of people coming to me and they're like, yeah, I got named. Yeah, our group got, and I'm like, the ADL is your scoreboard? Why do you give what they say? Well, because they're in their story. So the ADL decided that they were going to say some negative things. We actually had a press release, the Foundation for White Wellbeing. We had a press release concerning that slander, and as well recently a press release concerning the slander directed at Patriot Front for their activity to help flood victims in Texas. But so Fuentes suddenly felt the need, all the limelight, all of the attention was there, the slime light. The ADL is elevating Aarvoll to the moon, NBC elevating him to the moon, giving him attention. So that meant Fuentes had to show up. Well, this is a guy that Fuentes had acrimony with, so he had to reconcile. He'll suck it up to be able to show up at the party. Aarvoll, of course, decides he would like to have a conversation. Maybe Fuentes even suggested it so he could be seen with Aarvoll at the party. And the interview was set. They got together. As you see, there were a couple tech issues. Somebody calling themselves Mossad somehow jumped on the stream several times. You can go watch it for yourself. Didn't get to say anything, but that's pretty funny, right? So in the conversation, this interview, as I mentioned, a lot was revealed that people normally don't get to, or normally don't get privy to, and that is that Fuentes shared his stated objective, and I have failed to see anybody, Fuentes supporter, sharing what his stated objective is. His stated objective is to take over U.S. politics. I'm kind of shocked that even these Fuentesians couldn't answer that. Should be pretty simple. Like everybody who uses the go free method. If somebody says, what's Jason's stated objective? Everybody would say white well-being, right? It wouldn't take 2 seconds. Every single person would say white well-being. It's obvious. Kind of mysterious though. So his stated objective, as he articulates in this interview, is to take over U.S. politics. How will he take over U.S. politics? How will he achieve that objective? Well, he shares that too. Number one, he says we need to red pill a mass of people. So red pill in his circles means get you to dislike Jews, get you to see Jews, as somebody said here, there would be no anti-whiteism without Jews. Gets you to focus on, that's what red pilling means there. Like in our circles, we don't really use red pill. But if we were to say red pill, we would be talking about getting white people to identify that our group is victimized by the system. And if our group is victimized, then we as individuals are victimized. Red pill there means that you now know that the Jews are the evil of the world. So he says, we need to red pill a mass of people, making it so these, and he's going to call it like Semite critical or Jew critical. We call it anti-Jew. So making it so these anti-Jew viewpoints are no longer taboo in the population, and people are willing to explore them. What do you think the odds are of that? What do you think the odds are that Fuentes followers, that you're going to be able to make the conversation about Jews being, the evil wire pullers of the universe, something that's not taboo in the West, in the United States? Not a chance. Not a chance. Number two, he says to achieve the objective of taking over U.S. politics, you have to remain discreet and operate in secret as individuals or very small groups. So, magically, by remaining secret, you are going to convince a mass of the population, enough people, so that discussing that Jews are the evil of the world is no longer taboo. You're going to do that in secret. You're going to remain secret. You can't let people know. And why? He tells you why. Because you'll be ruined if you let people know. He specifically says, quote, don't get too public with any organized effort, because that will attract attention from the establishment, and the establishment will destroy you. Number three, infiltrate and take over the Republican Party. I'm sorry. That is so asinine, childish, and pathetic. And I gotta very briefly relate that there was a guy by the name of James Alsop, actually, which Fuentes is said to have stabbed in the back, but I don't know whose back was stabbed for sure. I don't know. But James Alsop came on the scene years back, and his great plan, and he amassed a rapidly growing, many hundreds of thousands of audience members, and he told people, hey, here's what we have to do. We've got to infiltrate the Republican Party. He specifically said that in all of your like little local districts, you have these Republican committees, and they're all staffed by old people. And they get very excited when new young blood shows up. They immediately put you in charge. It's the easiest thing. It's like taking candy from a senior citizen. I said, not a chance. I said, you can't infiltrate the Republican Party because there is no entity with an immune system more precise and swift against white identity than the Republican Party. The moment they find out, you'll be thrown out. Your name will be promulgated throughout the Republican Party. You'll never be, in fact, many conservative circles, you won't even be able to show your face at. What happened? Do you all remember what happened? I was roundly slandered. They all said it was just jealousy. His audience is bigger. Jason's just jealous. Jason is just trying to cause division. Jason's shooting at the right. Well, James got thrown out of his Republican committee. Exactly as I said. There were no apologies. Nobody came back around and said, yeah, we shouldn't have wasted any time on that. The Jason Kuna guy was right. Maybe you should listen to him in the future. No, nobody said that. Fuentes is encouraging the same tactic. The next step is a real priceless step, folks. And of course, all of these steps, to a degree, they can overlap. These are what he said in the course of this interview have to be done to achieve the objective of taking over U.S. politics. Okay? Next step, real simple one, bring in the billionaires. It's sad. It is sad that so many white people, I mean, I don't care how all the non-white people can go over there, all the non-white anti-Jew spurgs, be a Fuentes fan. Fine. Good for you. Happy for you. But white people shouldn't be sucked in by this. In fact, the only pro-white that I've ever actually seen out of Fuentes is him saying, quote, I'm pro-white, close quote. It seems to me a little bit more like it's just for the sake of the white audience members. And he actually specifically says as much. Bring in the billionaires. Bring them down. That's part of the plan. By the way, if you're thinking about competing with the anti-whites, and this is the real difference between genuine intelligence and memory that is mistaken for intelligence. If you're thinking about competing with anti-whites on anywhere that involves an economic plane, you lose. Forget about it. Anti-whites have infinite money. You can bring in a billionaire or two or whatever, and you will lose if the measurement is dollars to dollars. Now, I get a bunch of midwits out there not going to understand that. That's not my problem. Final step here is final step for Fuentes, which is the inverse of Aarvoll, it seems. Final step is start think tanks and recruit from the top 1% of the red-pilled elite human capital to fill, and this is really this is really funny, to fill the sinecure positions within the think tanks. And I'm going to be reading from the actual quotes. He did say that twice. I mean, talk about being the genius. Talk about being the genius of the tards. Unbelievable. The total genius of the sinecure positions. And I'll tell you why that's especially dumb in a minute. But we go back to the beginning of this, how to achieve the objective. And you know what? That's not original at all. 3 decades in service to white well-being. And there you go, you can go far back, and you have somebody by the name of Alex Linder. Probably many of you don't know. Maybe you'll recognize Dickie Spencer. Maybe you'll recognize Greg Johnson. These are the same, these people have advocated this exact same argument. They, however, didn't have a big popular show like Fuentes. So the way they've gone about it is with think tanks. They all had think tanks. Although Alex Linder, I think it was a little bit less formal, more informal. And there were others. But this has been the exact same argument. You have to put these entities together. You've got to give them these cutting edge ideas. And then we will take over American politics this way. There was never a hope in hell. And maybe part of the reason why so many of these people are like, no, you'll never be allowed to talk here, is that I can argue how these things won't work, don't work, haven't worked, will never work. And that would ruin the grift, I guess, for so many of them. So there you have it. Fuentes' stated objective to take over the politics, and you do that by red-pilling a mass of people so that bad-mouthing all Jewish people is no longer taboo. And you do that while being secret, either as a solo secret person or in a very small group, because you don't want to get together and have anybody figure out who you are, because the establishment will destroy you. At the same time, while you're being very secret as a solo activist or in a very small group, you are to infiltrate the Republican Party, to take it over magically. At the same time, you are bringing in billionaires, all totally feasible. And then finally, once the billionaires are there, then you can have your think tanks, and you can have your people, the elite human capital, which they go over several times in sinecure. Yes, really said sinecure positions. What's his real objective? Anybody know? Have a repost on the stream. Thank you for that. Anybody know his actual? Anti-Whiteism Ends With You was watching Nick in 2016. He had some good info and explanations of history. Was good seeing something different than mainstream anti-white narrative propaganda. But even as early as that, it was glaringly obvious how anti-white, not merely white negative he was. He says it's spiteful mutant bugman behavior out of him. Very early on, when Fuentes was more of like a late night host, late night comedy host on the right, and they were ridiculing, he was ridiculing, and then he assumed leadership over the Groypers. He didn't make that community, but he assumed leadership over it. They were poking fun at Big Con Inc., and that was funny. But then he seemed to have transitioned into, and also a benefit to ridicule Big Con Inc. But then he transitioned to megalomania, and they're going to take over the government, and he is this central figure of just prime importance. Wells says North and South Korea, explain that. Total opposite cultures, same genetics. What? Opposite cultures, same genetics? Explain your whole worldview crumbles. Not hardly. That claim is asinine. You are completely ignoring context. They're different. They're different cultures because one side is oppressed by a tiny minority of communists, and the other side is heavily influenced, really dominated by the white race occupying South Korea economically, militarily, etc. And so therefore, your whole worldview. Nagan's asking thoughts on Keith Woods. Well, you know, when it comes to Keith Woods, if he uses any of the lexicon, we might have a moment of him using some of the lexicon a little bit later in our celebration. I'm happy with that usage. Otherwise, Keith Woods, I don't know if you know, was like a completely unknown. Nobody was interested in Keith. And then Mark and I had a conversation about bringing him on for interviews. And he came on. That really helped his popularity. And then he became friends with Fuentes. And anybody who swims in Fuentes circles, they learn quickly that if they want to be able to be a hanger-on to the crumbs of Fuentes' audience, that they need to not associate with anybody that Fuentes doesn't associate with. And so stopped hearing from Keith. Now, I know that since then, Keith and Fuentes have had some problems between themselves, but I don't follow Woods otherwise. Ben saying, what accomplishments have you had? That's a great question, because we have so many testimonials, so many accomplishments that I could go from now to 9:30 when I wrap it up talking about those. But how about just very quickly for you? How about reuniting family members? How about, well, you say that's a little intangible. How about reuniting? How about people improving? How about people getting promotions because of their improved self-worth, self-identity? How about people even improving physically as a consequence? How about this? Inoculating children so that the white children are coming to their parents and saying, Mom, Dad, this is anti-white, I just saw. And then the parents go look and they say, oh my God, that is anti-white. How about that? Do you know the value of inoculating white children against anti-whiteism? How about this? Maybe that's not enough. How about this? White worker at a store is slandered as a racist by anti-white blacks. The management and the union going to come down on the worker. Worker has shared some ideas from Go Free. She uses those concepts in the conversation with the employment and the union. The union decides to defend the white woman called a racist by the black anti-whites. Normally the kind of thing that get people in a lot of trouble. How about this? Maybe that's not enough. Maybe you're saying, you know what? That's not even enough. How about this? How about iHeartMedia runs a news item where they show an image on the news item of a white little boy beating up another white child on a school bus. And then they share the story. And in reality, in the story, it was a black teenager who beat up like a 7-year-old white girl on the school bus. I reached out. I shared all of the conversation with this major international media platform. Shared the conversation of with iHeartMedia. What happened? iHeartMedia the very next day changed the image to a generic school bus image. Have you ever manipulated anti-white media, mainstream media? I think not. You know what? We've done that not only in English-speaking Western countries, but in other languages as well across the West. We've accomplished that. We've manipulated. Well, we just had the biggest conservative news website in, what country was it? It wasn't Finland, was it? And they just started using our lexicon as a consequence of us promulgating the concepts in the comments under their articles. Could you have gotten the #1 conservative news site in that country to slander Jews because you're in there saying how all the Jews are evil? How about this? Maybe you say that's not enough. Jason, that's not enough. Well, how about in Aurora, the police department there? They had a little policy of showing, like everybody else, these images, generic images for arrests on their social media. And there was an arrest of a rapist in town, and the image they used was of a white guy's hands in handcuffs. But the real rapist was a black guy. So one of our new members of the community, newer members at the time, said she was going to reach out to this police department. She's even able to share her name and everything with the police department because she's a concerned, normal white person. And everything she had to say was something that normal white people are going to look at and say, you know what, there's a point being made there. And she took a look at how I had handled iHeartMedia, and she asked a couple questions, and she looked through the strategy of Go Free, the book, and she went to messaging this police department, and the police department put her in touch with the person in charge, and they had a back and forth a couple times with a couple of emails about how it's really anti-white to do this. And you know what ended up happening? They changed the policy at that police department. They changed the policy, and they will no longer use these generic images for arrests. No longer condemning white people. No longer maligning white people. No longer projecting the notion to the world that all the criminals are white, when in reality, that's not the people they were arresting. That's kind of a big thing. You know what else is big about it? Is that all of that we're doing is replicable and scalable. How about that? How about that being done at every police department? Maybe you think, Jason, that's not enough. More has to be done. I don't really even care about it. That's not enough. Well, how about this? A mother in Canada, anti-white Canada, who has a divorce and has to share a child back and forth with the child's father. Well, the father finds out about Go Free. Can you believe it? Decides he's not returning that kid to this mother. They care about the white race at that household. They must be Nazis and white supremacists and everything. Well, they go to court, a Canadian family court, much worse than even an awful American family court. What happens there? Go Free gets submitted. The authorities take a look. What's the conclusion? The little boy can go back to mom. There's no threat to the child from Go Free. So I anticipate that no one with any sense is going to ask again, what are your accomplishments? Because we can keep going talking about our achievements. The real question is, what are your accomplishments, right? Because the schmuckery, the anti-non-white, the anti-Jew garbage, and the cuckery, the abstractions, never talking about the victimization of the white race, have been in place for generations. They've been in place in Western countries that were 100% white or almost 100% white, and they have still failed, with white populations infinitely healthier than the white population today. So don't ask me again, what have you accomplished, when you all haven't done shit? You are the reason the West looks like this today. So tell me, what you have accomplished. King's unreal. Unreal. Well, what have you done? Coming out of the mouths of people who haven't done shit. But he's got a bigger audience. Hey, if I got an OnlyFans and start getting naked, I would have an infinitely larger audience. Let me just tell you that right now. Let me just tell you a lot of other bigger things as well, my friend. I would have an infinitely larger audience. So we're not playing, though, to the lowest common denominator. I'm not bringing people in. I don't want to bring people in because they're going to have their hatred for some other group of humanity satisfied by me prosecuting a case against that people better than they personally can, which is what people like Fuentes do. If you need that kind of help, get a fucking therapist. Christ almighty. What is his actual objective? He reveals it in this conversation. His actual objective, Fuentes, is to maintain and grow his status quo. What he's doing right now to maintain and grow his status quo. Fuentes does not want a public and centralized leadership of many leaders, which is something that Aarvoll wants. Fuentes wants to remain solo or in small groups, folks out there as we talked about, and for them to keep their views secret, their fandom secret. He wants to maintain his status quo. He's popular. He's making money. He is celebrated as this Creston. He is celebrated as this Houdini predictor, and we'll be talking about that in a minute. He's celebrated as super intelligent, and it's really just a common sales technique. I've worked in sales. It's just an activity of memory. So I can imagine he wants to continue doing this. The only place, and I would never have any issue with Fuentes if he would just drop the charade that there's anything pro-white about him. Drop the charade, because you're coming into another lane with that. And I understand that you want white people as customers as well in your audience. But drop that charade and there won't be any issue at all. You can go hate Jews with all the other non-white people out there and the white losers who want to join you in that. But just drop the charade that there's nothing pro-white about you. Fuentes defines what he perceives are the two alt-right factions. Are you ready for this? Are you ready for this? I mean, are you fucking ready for this? Fuentes defines the two pro-white factions, or two alt-right factions. This is his definition. One side is the pro-white side. What side do you think he puts himself on? Now, he'll say he's pro-white. What side does he put himself on? He says the pro-white side is controlled by an Israeli network. Says that in this interview. And examples of the pro-white people that are controlled by the Israeli network are Jared Taylor, Peter Brimelow, and Scott Greer. Now, mind you, these individuals, they talk about white people in the abstract. So we don't consider that white well-being. They talk about non-white races. They are focused on non-white races, their crime rates, their IQ, etc. We don't consider that white positive at all. But Fuentes, from where he sits, sees that relative to himself as the pro-white. In fact, he fucking calls it the capital. What does he say? Capital. Or white now? Capital W, capital N, I think is what he says for white nationalist. Holy shit! That is exactly what I predicted was happening across Western civilization. with the multiracialization of our countries. And the Jew spurging, the white Jew spurgs, exactly as I predicted. They were disparate. They were in all these little groups. And I said the non-white, the multiracial, non-white Jew spurg groups would grow bigger, they would grow faster, and they would subsume the pro-white Jew spurgs. And that is exactly what is happening. And Fuentes says so. Okay, so he says, that's one faction, and we're going to get to the quotes. And then he says, his faction, which is the multiracial anti-Jew, which he calls very critical of Jewish power, counter-Semitic, or counter-Jewish. And he says that his faction has very little concern for race. You want somebody who can predict with accuracy? Now, he's right and he's wrong. He's right and he's wrong. The white people that are in his follower ranks are less concerned with race, their race. See, the non-white ones, when they are angry with Jews, it's because they see Jews as a competing people against their people. Their brown people, their yellow people, whatever their tribe is, whatever their group is. But when it comes to the focus of his white followers, race is almost not present. A focus, a priority, the white race and our well-being is not a priority. He says so himself in this interview. Can you believe this? Can you believe this? This is too funny. How does he demonstrate his delivery to manipulate midwits? You'll see that as we chat. It's calculated, trivial but calculated details. Trivial, and if you were a salesman, if you've worked in sales, you should maybe recognize this. Trivial but calculated details that are shared in the course of the conversation that convey a notion which is going to be wrong to some degree in the prospect, in the mark, that you are more knowledgeable than you actually are. It's a very simple sales technique. Quickly, getting into Aarvoll. Who is Aarvoll looking to for guidance on everyone coming together? Aarvoll's position is that everybody needs to come together, in his opinion, in the wake of a loss of faith in Donald Trump. And who's he looking to do that? He's looking to Fuentes. He's looking to Fuentes for that guidance. He says in this conversation, that's definitely different. We're not even in the same movement. Not even remotely. Not parallel at all. He said, quote, people look to you, Fuentes, people look to you as a de facto leader. And I think that's fair, close quote. He also said, quote, we said earlier, you're going to find out who Aarvoll wants to lead us all, to lead our country. Fuentes. He says to Fuentes, quote, you're too young to run for president, unfortunately. And I don't know who else is out there who can fill those shoes. Like I said, I am not, coming down hard on the guy. Think he's a good guy. I really like what he's doing with Return to the Land. I could not disagree more I could not more vehemently. In fact, I'm disgusted by the opinion. I am disgusted. Too bad Fuentes can't be president of the United States, and you don't see anybody else out there. All right. Now, how does he see himself and Fuentes working, his work and himself in relation to Fuentes and Fuentes' work? He sees he and Fuentes in the same movement. And what is the unifying element then of the movement that they are in? What's the one opinion that unifies them? Anti-Jew spurgery? What is the opinion that unifies this movement that he's talking about? I don't see. Fuentes is not concerned with the well-being of white people. It's one of those afterthoughts. Hey, white folks out there, it'll be better for you once we get rid of the Jews, which is never happening. Certainly not happening in your lifetime. So just accept that. It's never happening in your lifetime. So that means you're not going to do anything for white people. Nothing. So then you don't actually care about white people. What type of leadership is Aarvoll looking for in the movement? He wants a centralized and public leadership of many leaders. He wants there to be some sort of centralization of leaders, I guess, of the anti-Jew movement, the multiracial anti-Jew movement, because if he's counting himself a follower or in the same movement as Nick Fuentes, then that's multiracial. Non-white people are in service to white well-being because they want to be here to fight against anti-whiteism. They want to be here to fight for the good of white people. And absolutely, we welcome people like that. Those are good people. No non-white people are here to fight Jews. No non-white people are here to fight for their non-white community. How could you think that your endeavor is in service to white well-being and good to the good of white people if you have some sort of alliance with non-white groups who are fighting for their own groups, enrichment, empowerment, etc. in your country, in our countries of the West? So no. But at least in Aarvoll, you see somebody who says we need a lot of smart people, a lot of folks in leadership to address these challenges. And Aarvoll is man enough to share that leadership. He wants it to get started right away. For Fuentes, it wasn't part of his real objective, just his stated objective. And where did he put it? If you remember where I read, at the very end. Once you have the billionaires, then you can have these think tanks, grift tanks, more appropriately put. So at least, for Aarvoll, that is something he would like to do right up front with a lot of different people. They both talked endlessly, or not endlessly, but quite a lot about elite human capital. You know who else? Greg Johnson, Richard Spencer, Alex Lender, many of these leaders over the years. This is the exact same blueprint, the exact same conclusions that you come to when you are trapped inside of the anti-white narrative. This is not new. You imagine, for me, 3 decades, this is the worst Groundhog movie ever. To watch these people again and again come together. You know what we need? We need the elite human capital to be enshrined in a grift tank where we will, just shut up. He also wants to create what he called content creation hubs, where our media, so not actually ours, but I guess the anti-Jew media, can be centralized. And he says, get this, and further, like, I'm not going out on some sort of weird speculative limb to come to any of these conclusions. I'm a super bright guy. I can read through this. I can put all the pieces together. You have no idea how many pieces of information I can hold in my head at one time. You know, one of the aspects in several IQ tests is how many disparate pieces of information can you receive right now and hold in your mind for assembly and disassembly. I max it. I can do it without being some sort of a weird spurg that can't function. I can do easily 15 numbers in a row. You read them. I can tell you forward. I can tell you backward. You pick your fucking pleasure. So he says here, the reason why we have to centralize our own media is to, quote, prevent the audience from turning to the Zionist BAP sphere, close quote. Aarvoll's words, his quote. Don't want people turning to the Zionists' BAP sphere. Well, who is BAP? It is a bunch of anti-whites, various races. I think that particular individual is an anti-white Jew. And to some degree, they overlap and compete with Fuentes. So this BAP sphere is an adversary to Fuentes, not white well-being. For audience, they are, if they're anti-white, which they are, like everybody who's anti-white, we are at odds with. But we don't compete with them for an audience stake. So Aarvoll specifically said that we need to create content creation hub, organizing our media so that the audience won't go over to Nick Fuentes' competitor, Babsphere. Sorry to have to tell you that. Like I said, I really like Aarvoll, and I really think the return to the land is a good thing. This is disgusting. So men can disagree. I'm telling you, his opinion is disgusting, not Aarvoll. He also said, now I wonder if this was just to align some with Fuentes. He also said that he wants to take over the Republican Party. Again, reminiscent of James Alsop and all of the efforts before James. That's how I knew it was impossible. And finally, we find out from Aarvoll that he wants to form a confederation. You're not going to believe the confederation that Aarvoll wants to form. He wants a confederation of whites, blacks, and Asians to work together on the legal side, legislation side, lawsuit side, and maybe he was even implying marketing to the general public, because you got to make a case to the general public for legislation. He wants a confederation of those groups for them all of return to the land, and they will all work together to lobby, to persuade, etc., for their different nationalist groups or return to the land groups, race-focused return to the land groups, to achieve some sort of legal legislative success. That was another big surprise. That sounds to me like the old white nationalist types who were, again, not really concerned with white people, but just being anti-Jew, that where they argued, we need to get together with the black nationalists. There were actual, y'all don't even know, you weren't around. in the 80s, in the 90s. There were actual meetings where neo-Nazi type idiots went to black nationalist meetings to talk about, hey, we all hate the Jews, let's get together. Seriously. Wow. Anyhow, what was the real crux, though, in this interview of their disagreement? The real crux of the disagreement is that there are various little disagreements. Let me just say, there are various, but the crux of it is that Aarvoll wants a very public and a very organized leadership of many leaders, whereas Fuentes wants a very secret leadership of himself. That's the crux of the disagreement in this interview, as I saw it. So let me get to the first quote. Fuentes, on what he sees, are the two alternative right factions. And I'll see if you all have had anything to say. I mean, this is such a day. This is such a day. Good morning, champions. Good morning, Mr. President. 07. Good to see Anti-Vilification League. For me to have predicted this over the years for you all, to say this and to explain to you what is happening over the years with this multiracial anti-Jew spurgery, for me to explain to you all over the years, before Nick knew that these multiracial anti-Jew endeavors would subsume the white anti-Jew efforts because of their popularity, because of the nationalism of the different non-white groups in the multiracial anti-Jew endeavors. For that to all be recognized by the central figure in the endeavor, my God. My God. Hello to everybody over there on Premium Rumble. Good to see you all. Stolen Hellcat, Land of the Fake. Remember, tag me as No White Guilt. If you have a comment or a question, the great Slotz over there says amen to something I said. You are going to love this quote. And in particular, I want you to pay close attention. I want you to know that I was very, very fair with Fuentes, and he would never be with me. He has, whenever anybody has brought me up in his community, he has slandered the shit out of me. Remember, he said, remember that one, I made the video out of it where he was like, the guy's totally cooked. He's like this totally politically cooked guy. What is his thing? What has he been working on? He wants to get people to say anti-white. Nobody's ever going to do that. And then we showed videos of people we got, including the president of the United States, to say anti-white. So I, though, was very fair. How was I fair? Well, first of all, I took the most intellectually fair conclusions. I could have come to conclusions based on things he said that were much more extreme. So everything I read to you was very conservative. Number two, as I took down, because I'm able to do this, listen to somebody speak and type like fire at the same time, I took out all of every single and what else did I do? Where he would say words several times, the same word over and over. I didn't write that down in the quotes. Now, you know, like if anti-whites are going to be talking about one of us, they write all that garbage down. They'll even put this Sikh in there and said the word wrong or whatever, and they'll write it as they heard it. You know that garbage. I didn't do any of that. Now, having said that, I didn't do any of that. I also did not change his spoken speech into something you would find in an article. I didn't rewrite it for him. And I think that's interesting because before, I've never done that before for him. And you really get a different feel when you read his quotes than when you hear him speak. So it speaks to the aura, the reputation, coloring what's being shared, what's being said. If you're told that someone is reputed to be super intelligent, if you're told that someone is this profound thinker, that halos, it's called the halo effect, what you receive from them. It's one of the reasons, for example, in sales, they put the nicest cars out front. That then halos the junk that you can afford, you and me can afford, right? We're still thinking about those really nice things, those nice features, those beautiful lines on the automobile. As I read this, you're going to think that couldn't be Fuentes' actual words. But when we're done here today, you'll be able to hop on Aarvoll's channel and you can pull this video up. You can put them side by side, listen to Fuentes, and see if indeed it's not only not identical, but the more objectionable moments of thinking and speaking on the fly, I've removed. Because who the hell wants to listen to that in a quote form? And by the way, it's just intellectually unfair. Let me see here. If you disagree with me, tag me as No White Guilt and be respectful, and I will answer you respectfully. Biospirit of the West is in the house. Looking quickly for a couple of tags. Wright says, Hegelian, you're spending too much time in philosophy. Nobody cares what Hegel or any of the others, Kant, any of the others said. No one cares. Everything that could be gleaned from their thoughts has been gleaned. We have to recapture our destiny. Now, this person says the establishment has deemed that Go Free is good with us. What does that tell you? It tells me that you're a midwit and that you feign intelligence by reading Hegel and others and quoting them to baffle gab the other midwits. The establishment has not looked at Go Free and said, we're good with that. White brothers and sisters look at Go Free and say, those arguments are completely moral. And as white people, we embrace moral arguments. That's what's happened. No, the anti-white system has debanked me several times. The anti-white system has censored me on numerous platforms. On all of these, you're watching again and again. And we keep coming back. The anti-white system absolutely is afraid of Go Free. And they're afraid of Go Free because they're afraid of a white population that stops playing the villain in their narrative. Have you ever heard of Ashley Jardina? They stop playing the villain in their anti-white narrative and start playing the hero in our own. Ashley Jardina, researcher, Duke University, Mason University, a professor, no friend of ours, did a study to find out how many white people have a white identity. You know what she discovered? Nearly half of us when it's positive. As soon, though, as you begin defaming non-white groups, as soon as you begin arguing what the anti-whites say about us in the anti-white narrative, that the only way to achieve the well-being of white people is to harm non-white people, the moment you do that, that number of almost half of all white people shrinks to almost no white people. Something that was obvious to me decades ago. Something that I've known and been arguing for decades. White people want a moral matrix, and with a moral matrix, they will act. And in various ways. They will not act if they think their friends, the non-white people they don't know who are innocent, are going to be victimized. So absolutely not. The system determines. No, the system embraces Jewsburgery. The system embraces hating on blacks as a race. The system wants you to play their villain because it turns off white people. So your arguments are the ones the system encourages. I mean, for Christ's sake, in how many movies, in how many TV shows, in how many commercials, in how many books have you seen a white well-being activist? Zero. How many episodes of your favorite crime show do they do an episode where the pro-white person is a white positive activist, and they are out there on the scene on the show, and they're like, look, no, we don't want to hurt any other group. We want these anti-white policies to be removed because we're being victimized, and we have our entire program here. They're not doing that. No. They put your type in those movies. So it's kind of like they embrace your type. They put the Jewsburgs there, don't they? Shouldn't that tell you something? You're so big, Hegelian. You're so big on whether the regime is embracing or objecting to. You should be able to see in a Hegelian way that the system puts your characters in its media, in everyone's mouth, in the news. Here you have another anti-white, Jewsburg, saying, not talking about the fifth column is cowardice. Do you talk about do you act like an anti-Jewsburg at work? No, because you'd be fired. At school? No, because you'd be kicked out. That's cowardice. Do you talk about it with your aunts and uncles at the dinner table at Thanksgiving? No. Now you'll lie and you'll say, no, in all those places I do. And you don't. I mean, Fuentes is telling you got to be secret because you'll be destroyed. He knows very well. He knows what we have coined as Ye's law. You'll be destroyed if you do that. We see it all the time. We reunite families as a consequence of people going down that path and ruining their relationships with their mothers, their fathers, their wives, their children. Look at the leaders across the white sympathetic sphere who Jewsburg or Blacksburg or whatever, and their children. You would think that their children would all be these perfection. They would all mirror this perfection of anti-Jew arguments. And what happens instead? Over half of the children become anti-whites. Don Black's son, not only did he become anti-white, he became a girl. So who is the coward? We're able to talk to police chiefs. Are you able to talk to police chiefs? We're able to go in front of judges. No, you're too cowardly to go in front of a judge. We're able to go before our family members and reunite families. There is no comparison. Hegelian saying Jason is lying. He decried the fact both factions are bad. He absolutely did not do that. He absolutely did not do that. He said with a grin that he wishes it was just a slander in this interview. He wishes it was just a slander, but it's true. They really have very little focus on race in his movement, and they're much more Jew critical. Do you honestly think you're going to convince anybody that Fuentes was complaining that his audience is Jew critical? Great exposition says first last of that is all they ever do. Whites helping each other according to the anti-white narrative to quote, that is all they never do in reality. You're welcome, brother. Yeah, that's awesome. I had a feeling you'd like that. Then Mirroring Pin says, Nick and Groypers are what you call Juicebergs and schmucks. I think I get your point, but in a way, a spurg to in some of your paths of logic. Not quite following what you meant there. I says, Winnie said that I thought, Jason as president. Oh, when Aarvoll said that he wishes Trump was president. For me, it spoke to his subconscious, says I. If you want to be nice, maybe it was a leading question or didn't want to spark animosity. Yeah, I thought when I heard him say it, I was considering as well, like, is he just trying to like butter Fuentes up some? But bringing the rest of what Aarvoll said into the evaluation of that statement, I conclude that it's what he would really like to see, Fuentes as president. All right. Sure, Hegelian. Sure. He wants his audience to not be Jew critical. Apparently, you don't recognize a convenient statement. Fuentes is trying to dismiss a reality that his audience is not really pro-white at all. Yet he has to continue saying he's pro-white to keep a part of that audience around. Statement of convenience, and we're actually going to be reading. Olrak is here. Man, my victory again. Fuentes on what he sees as the two alt-right factions. And remember, as I read this, I was very fair with these quotes. I did not include all the ums and uhs and the but, and. So here we go. Quote, it seems this big splinter between the more pro-white side and the more counter-Semitic or counter-Jewish side. So there's the two factions, which is really interesting. It's really become a problem in the last few years. He should have come and talked to me years ago, where, of course, all the nativists, like immigration restrictionists, white nationalists, white separatists, you think of guys like Peter Brimelow, Jared Taylor, Scott Greer. You know the usual suspects. There is a capital W, capital N, white nationalist types. These people that care about whites. And again, remember, these folks, what is Jared Taylor talking about? Remember Jared Taylor, who, when Donald Trump got elected in 2016, said in repeated moments of effervescent joy, said repeatedly, a revelation that I couldn't believe people were too Boeotian to hear. And that was that in all of the existence of the American Renaissance, Jared Taylor thought that he was just making a record of our defeat. I'm sorry, what? I'm sorry, what? I didn't sign up and participate in Ameren because I thought it was an entity making a record for whoever comes after us to look back and see how we were defeated and that we fought, that there were people who cared. That's not why I was involved. But he said he thought all along, but now with Donald Trump, there's a chance that we can reclaim territory, that we can reclaim our destiny, as we put it. So Nick's saying, God, there's, on the right, you've got these two factions. You got the counter-Semitic ones and the capital N, capital W white nationalists. Those are the two factions. And again, that faction is anti-Jew, anti-black, anti-Hispanic, anti-etc. A white nationalist movement that sort of been around for a long time. And these guys have all coalesced around Trump, and in particular seem to be deeply affiliated with this Israeli network. Obviously. So you have these two splinter factions on the right. One is Jew critical. The other one is also Jew critical, but they'll also talk about white people, which Fuentes does less and less and less as he needs, maybe to influence less the whites to stick around, with argument that, hey, we care about white people over here. Because as he says here, that's not their priority. And he says, but that other side, they're controlled by Jews. Okay, then I wonder what side is left for us to follow. Holy shit. This is why I say, you listen to him and it's like this and the sales tactic that I'll be mentioning in a moment. It's like listening to a community college history teacher, which I took some community college while I was in high school. So they coalesce around Trump, and in particular, seem to be deeply affiliated with this Israeli network. They congregate around the National Conservative Conference, which is Yoram Hazony's outfit. By the way, I got to jump in there. Do they really? I've never seen that. 3 decades. And then he says, around Paul Gottfried of Chronicles, who, even though he is a paleocon, he was in favor of bombing Iran, and he is Jewish, says he hates the Nazis, and all this kind of stuff. And now he's going back to talking about the white nationalist splinter, and very sympathetic to all these other ethno-nationalist movements in Europe, in particular, like in Hungary or Germany, where they have an extremely strong Zionist element there. So again, they're controlled by Jews. And of course, these guys are now the ones saying that Stephen Miller is the Hebrew hammer. And if you are anti-Israel, you're a third worldist and all this kind of stuff. So the white nationalists, who are Jew spurgs and black spurgs and Hispanic spurgs and Asian spurgs and Arab spurgs, the capital W, capital N types, they're controlled by Jews. So who should you follow? Not them, I guess. If it's Jew spurgs across the spectrum, and that side is run by Israelis, so what's left? He goes on, quote, and on the other side, you have a lot of people who are being very critical of Jewish power and Israel, which is a big part of our predicament. But they are embracing, and then this is where he says with the little wry grin, and I wish it wasn't the case. But he said, watch it for yourself. I wish this was pure slander, but it does appear to be true. There is some element of third worldism or leftism on the Israel critical side. You have a lot of people. So leftism, is that really what's on the right? Is that really what's on? No. That's a herring. That's a misdirection. There are non-white people who are expressing interests in their whatever race they are and their well-being and their power. And that is perceived, obviously, going to be perceived by many as a leftist argument, because so many of the Democrat anti-whites, so much of their ideology is serving the non-white groups. So what Fuentes is saying, there are non-whites in my community, lots of them, and they are interested in their community, their non-white community. And so rather than say you have non-whites, self-interested non-whites in both of these communities, he's going to cover this up a little bit with saying, well, they're leftists, third worldists, bringing these non-white groups together against Israel, against Jews. He has told you what I predicted for years and years was coming into fruition. Ever since the internet got robust enough to begin carrying people making those arguments, this was inevitable. So there is an element of third worldism on the Israel critical side. Exactly what I told you. How does that feel? He says, you have a lot of people where race consciousness, you have a lot of people where race, don't you feel like a total duped idiot being a white Fuentes fan? If you actually care about white people, I mean, if you're there because you're just jealous of Jews, well, that makes sense. You just hate Jewish people, that makes sense because they were born Jews. But if you're a white person who, to some degree or ostensibly cares about white people, don't you feel duped? You have a lot of people where race consciousness is not a priority at all. Maybe they're not even ideologically race essentialists or race realists or anything like this. If they are, it's certainly low in terms of their priorities, close quote. Wow. Jason told you this shit. They don't care over there about white well-being. They don't care. They don't care in the Jewsburg white groups that are shrinking and being subsumed by the multiracial groups. They don't care about white people. They just care about hating Jews. And you know that because when a guy shows up and a guy's like, hey, let's talk about white people, and we oppose all anti-whites, they say, that's not good enough. You can't oppose all anti-whites here in this pro-white movement. You have to oppose the Jews. Fuentes on his and their, to whatever degree, strategy of his community. This is where he starts getting a little bit more challenged in talking about the strategy, and you'll hear it as I read it. Whereas before, in the segment I just read, very sort of more like, this is obviously the case. Listen to this. Fuentes on his strategy, quote, and so when you think about 2028, or even the midterms for that matter, you know my project in the past few cycles is that I thought I would identify the more radical members, that are running for the House or that are even running for local office for that matter, and trying to support them. By the way, you either support them or you don't. What do you mean trying? That means you didn't actually do anything. You don't have evidence of doing like we do here. So, and trying to support them. But what you find is that there's almost nobody on a national level or even a semi-national level. I got to jump in right there. That's baffle gabbing for dumb people. There's no such thing as semi-national. There are no regional governments in the United States. There are state governments, national government. To say semi-national is to have midwits think that, oh, there's this whole part of physics that I don't understand, government that I don't understand, and this guy does. So I have no idea what that is, semi-national governments. So I'm listening to somebody who knows more, who is kind of, let me back it up, a national or even semi-national who is kind of with us on both sides of the coin. That's kind of ideologically has it all together. And we don't need to be picky about it, but you kind of just need the basic. They're going to be taking our side, so to speak. They're not in the pocket of Israel. They're going to be, more pro-white, really, than, he says, than the average boomer. And that's another one of his tactics, especially that he used early on, was he would blame all of these different groups to appeal to the envy and the anger of audience members and to satisfy that envy and anger rather than addressing the anti-whiteism. It's all the boomers' fault. That was a big thing for him for a long time, especially with the young audience. So as though the other generations are somehow more pro-white. It's all about appealing to these people so that shirking their responsibility to do something is justified by his argument. No, you don't have to do anything because the boomers. No, you don't have to do anything because the females. No, you don't have to do anything because of the Baptists. No, you don't have to, on and on. More conservative than your average Heritage Foundation free market guy. And there just isn't anybody like that. You know, it's funny because once he breaks all this down, that he establishes these criteria, then says there isn't anybody, who's left? It's so manipulative. It's, what is the average midwit going to conclude? Well, what about you? You satisfy the criteria. And so he says, I'm a little bit disappointed because I thought after 10 years of Trump, we would have had during one of these cycles in 18, 20, 22, 24, 26. I'll come back to that. You get like one AOC of the right who at the minimum could be like a rallying point for our side, who's going to bring attention to the issues and kind of direct the energy and be a little bit of a lightning rod. And she has been for the as she has been for the progressive side and becomes like a standard bearer. I'm going to point this out now so you'll see it as we move through. What is the sales tactic that I was talking about that Fuentes either knowingly employs, and I would think knowingly, if you've been in sales? What is it? Memorize and say the names of the participating people, entities, contributing businesses, etc., in whatever you're selling, and then throw those out while you talk. Because if you do that, the average person is going to think that you know far more than they do, even though you don't have to know shit about any of those things. If you've bought a car before or you've been present at a dealership when somebody has bought a car. Car salesmen, especially used car salesmen, are really good at doing this. They'll talk about the manufacturer of this, the manufacturer of that, and they'll be dropping all of this trivial but calculated data over the course of the conversation. Now, if you know something about the field in question, whatever it might be, you see the tactic as really juvenile, as really superfluous. Why are you saying all of this other information that I don't need to know? Like, I know these businesses, these parts, these firms, what they've produced. You could just say a sentence to encapsulate it all and move on with a point. This is why I say it sounds a lot like a community college history teacher or your basic bitch salesman listening to him. Drop name after name, place after place, entity after entity. That's what's happening in his shows. That's what happens in his interviews. Why would he need to say, look at this. I mean, this is really calculated for his dumb audience. I thought after 10 years of Trump, by the way, why would a businessman who has never demonstrated that he's white positive or has a particular concern for the white race, etc., why would you think that after him, there would be engendered some sort of pro-white response out of the population? Or more specifically, speaking from Fuentes' position, an anti-Jew position in the population. But let's continue. I thought after 10 years of Trump, we would have had during one of these cycles. Now, all you need, if you are at least basic bitch intelligent, is that sentence. I would have thought after one of these cycles, here's my point, that there would be. I personally would not be able to talk to you and do this to you because I would feel like I was offending you. That you would say, what, does Jason think I'm stupid? But Fuentes' audience is stupid. So he then says, because they don't know that there is a cycle every 2 years. He literally says in the cycles 18, 20, 22, 24, 26, dumb people are going to hear that and think he knows when they have the elections. He has it down pat. He knows. But they don't. So let me jump forward now that you know. Like, just an example. How about like Little Tech? Wasn't Little Tech? Little Tech was a big thing he liked talking about for a while, right? So it would be Sriram Krishnan and Jacob Hellberg. He would be name dropping, right? And who else? Mark Andreessen. What about, he would drop that name, and he would drop Sean McGuire. He would drop that name. Jason Calacanis. What was the other one? What was the guy with the kind of a fat face? David Sachs. David Sachs. Vivek Ramaswamy. He would be dropping all of these names. No real points in there. Just a bunch of names dropping. So that you think, I'm listening to somebody who really has a grasp. I'm listening to somebody who really knows. And that, as we've talked about before, dumb people view as intelligence. And it's just an artifact of memory. I just went back in time in my memory and remembered the names that he was saying. That doesn't make me intelligent. All of that rest makes me figuring out how to defeat anti-whites is what's intelligent. Memory is not a function of intelligence. It's a sales technique. So he goes on, doing exactly as I said. Quote, we don't have that. You know, Matt Gaetz, Madison Cawthorn. These people flamed out. Paul Gosar disappeared. So doesn't it seem like he has this great grasp just by naming it? Instead of just saying, you obviously know that there were these other politicians who maybe we had some faith in, and they failed. You could just, you know that these people exist. I'm just going to say they existed. And these other people, they didn't come to fruition. They didn't serve our needs. I'm going to move on. But if you don't have an intelligent thing to say, this is the next best thing. Paul Gosar disappeared. The best we have is Marjorie Greene, and I don't think anybody is looking to her to be an intellectual spokeswoman or anything like this. So this is the trivial but calculated details to manipulate, and you'll see it, folks, for the rest as I move through this. But he goes on, quote, so I think we on our side have a lot, if you want to call it the entryist or the infiltrator side, we have a lot of work to do in the next few years to kind of find leadership on the political level who's going to kind of take over. So that's kind of my take on where we are in the next couple of years. Who's the person? He said, here are the criteria. Nobody satisfies it but me, Nick Fuentes. What does his audience have to do? They have to stay secret. If they're going to be in a group, be in a small group. Don't let anyone know about it. Don't be public about it. Just keep watching him. Keep going on other people's streams and telling their audiences how much of a genius he is. He even at one point says what people should do when Aarvoll was talking about this media warehouse is that he says people ask him all the time, should they do this big thing? Should they do that big thing? And he says, nope, just make clips of me. Just make clips of me. That's what he tells his audience. Just make clips of me. Now, a couple of them have gone out and done other things that in some cases he's been able to take advantage of, also made to serve his popularity and grandizement. Fuentes on what to do and not to do. And by the way, in this community, there is a slew of things that people do in service to white well-being. A slew. I could not imagine going to a group of people and telling them, you know what you got to, don't do anything. Don't work on yourself to address the poisonous ideas inside of you. Don't do that. Don't become a better you. Don't let us know about your progress. Don't make progress with your family and reunite. And don't do any of that. Just make clips of me and share them everywhere. Fuentes on what to do and not to do to achieve political objectives. I think that, in order for us to achieve our political objectives, this is something that Nate Fisher wrote. He's pretty smart. I follow him on Twitter. He said this recently, which kind of spoke to me. When we talk about our goals, a voting block, and we want our own land and things like that, it almost presupposes that there is a we. Oh my fucking God. Oh my God. We got to hurry up because we got to get to our victories here. Now, just because I've been talking for decades about there is no we, it appears that Fisher here may be more a little bit specifically of a political focus, that there's a we, but there is no we, and that's the problem. And here you have Fuentes discovering what Fisher, and Fisher just discovered this. It almost presupposes that there is a we, that there is an organized we that is capable of acting collectively for the purpose of large projects. And I think, almost talking about it, and obviously you and I are both starting somewhere. We are both starting something. You are doing the international community intentional community, and I'm doing the show and have this political thing going on. Really, what's the political thing? That the stated objective, that's not real. I think that it almost puts the cart before the horse. We almost need to work on building a movement first, in the sense of, now, mind you, when he says that, you have to be secret. You can't have a movement because the establishment will crush you. In the sense of, for us to compete on any level with any of these groups, it does require money. It does require sort of professional network. It does require sinecure jobs and positions. Because people, if you think about, we want people to be working in this forever. Well, people need jobs and homes to support their families. They need community. And without kind of a much larger movement, without almost like an economy of scale, you see what happened with the Jubilee the other day, like that pine sap guy. And I'll pause there for a moment because I got to jump in with sinecure, and I couldn't believe it. The coruscating genius, not trying to say one word and misspeaking or something. Sinecure is a very specific word. In fact, this word comes out of Catholicism. What is sinecure? And that's what he is, right? He's a big Catholic. He knows all there is about. It's all about Catholicism and God and everything. He knows it all. And this is a popular word in Catholicism. What's it mean? It means a sinus without cure. It means you have a job without having to work. You have a cushy job with good salary, but you don't have to cure souls anymore. That's what sinecure means. And he actually said that people need to have sinecures. And he says it more than once. We'll keep going. So he's saying that people need to be able to have these sinecures. Maybe, and for him, I will use Freudian slip because I know it will feel just right. But maybe that was a Freudian slip. He wants a sinecure. I could understand him wanting a sinecure. So Pine Sap guy, he goes on the show. He says, yeah, I'm a fascist and I disagree with you. And boom, fired from his job. And unfortunately, this is the story basically of our movement for the entire time, which is you want to scale it up, you want to act collectively, but people participate in it and then they lose their jobs. Really? Or there's maybe a handful of jobs and there's some money, but there's not a lot of money and you're kind of trapped in it forever. If you go to work for Racist Incorporated, you're never going to have another normal job ever again. And you're going to be making $35,000 a year on the generosity of one or two donors forever. And that's not really attractive for the best and brightest. And you need the best and brightest. You think about a similar movement like the Zionists or something else. And you literally have world-class human capital that are attracted to it. And they're attracted to it for religious reasons and other things. The other things is their people. That's the other things. And it's a little bit of a different situation. But I do think that you almost sort of need something to kind of reach a critical mass before even these two become possible, where you do have enough resources, where it's enough billionaires, enough millionaires, that you have these sinecure positions at various companies, maybe across the country, where people get exposed, it gets too hot, and they can fall back on. There almost needs to be, so before you can begin advocating, before you can begin achieving for the well-being of white people, arresting our victimization, before you can begin that, you need the billionaires and the millionaires to come provide backup employment for everybody getting fired. All right? That sounds like a smart plan. There almost needs to be a critical mass of a society, for lack of a better word, first, before it even becomes viable to attract talent, to push collectively. And I think that's kind of where we're in the middle of right now, which it seems like our ideas have reached enough of maybe a mass appeal, where you can start to bring in large numbers of people, very high human capital type people that might be interested in building something from the bottom up. But I think we sort of need to work on building the movement first as a vehicle before we talk about kind of building our dream city or our dream whatever. So this is the same 3 decades. I've been hearing, you know how many times I heard Richard Spencer and so many others say the exact same verbiage? But I think we sort of need to work on building the movement first as a vehicle before we talk about kind of building our dream city or our dream whatever. That's sort of been my idea for the past 10 years because I saw Trump win. And then, of course, he got surrounded by the interests. He won the election. But how do you staff the White House? How am I going to get guys that are going to run the Pentagon for us, that are going to run the various organs of government? Well, I got to go to the neocons. I got to go to the usual suspects. And then they fill up the White House. Think about the difference between how impossible what he's talking about, providing hundreds of thousands of people. Because if you want to be able to staff the Pentagon, staff these different departments, etc., with people that have fallback sinecures, how many people have to be? This is completely impossible. This is something that you tell dumb people to keep your grift going. And you say, well, who's going to write the policy? All the usual think tanks. Who's going to do all the activist activities of government? Well, it turns out we just have the one guy, Trump, in the center, and he's going to be everybody, and it's going to be everybody else from every other administration that's going to be running it, inside the government, outside the government. So I thought in 2017, where are the nonprofits? Where are the think tanks? Where are the experts on our side that are going to come together? And no one is doing that. No one's doing that except Jared Taylor, Greg Johnson, and so many others have had numerous think tanks. And God, there are literally, and some of them I can't name, there are a bunch of others. They're there. They're doing it. They have very bright, educated people. Fuentes goes on. And I thought first, but their message, by the way, is not going to reach the white population, never has. And I thought first, we kind of need to red pill a lot of people so that we can start to draw, even if it's 1% of them, to be the movement. And that's been kind of going slowly and steadily for 10 years. That's kind of where my head is at in terms of what's the immediately outlook is kind of creating and finding those people and bringing them into a network. And then you have your first Congress. You have your first, your Socialist International, first Zionist International, but for our types. I think that's kind of where we need to go with it. By the way, this guy, Pine Sap, is a homosexual Arab in New York. And he was attacking the BAP sphere, the main competitor to Fuentes. Some said he's a groyper. Fuentes lauded him, talked about him doing this great work in attacking the BAP sphere until he ended up getting doxxed by the BAP sphere. So that's the kind of allies in the Fuentesian movement that you'll have. Openly advocating homosexuality and Arab. Fuentes on what his movement should, on why his movement shouldn't be organized. Fuentes on why his movement should not be organized, nor publicly organized, and that his followers should maintain secrecy. We're almost done. Let's say that what any of us are doing reaches a critical mass. I worry about the scenario where that it starts to attract attention and it becomes a crisis. And then there is like a political call that there must be something done about the group or that group, or about this group or that group, or what's happening over there. In other words, we start to win. You almost imagine not the worst case scenario, but the best case scenario. Okay, let's say it scales. Let's say it gets big. Let's say it turns into something. Well, you have to anticipate that then the attorney general is going to get a call, shut it down, find a way, and they'll do illegal stuff. So do you hear that, Fuentes supporters? He told you, if you start to succeed, the government's going to shut you down. Just stay an audience member and keep making clips and keep coming into other people's chats, telling them how genius Fuentes is and everybody should follow him. Fuentes goes on, we've seen throughout, and you didn't like that I used the example of Waco or like Ruby Ridge. And those are not perfect examples. Admittedly, they're not perfect examples at all. But those are instances of, at the end of the day, when the government has the guns, they can just show up and shoot everybody. They could just go up and disrupt the plans. And on some level, that's just the battle that's just the fight that we're in. It's maybe unavoidable on some level, but I guess that's why for somebody like myself, Fuentes, and like I said earlier, maybe I'm gun shy from years of doxing and cancellation and all this kind of stuff. I do prefer a more discreet approach, only because that's secrecy and operating in the shadows. For me, it gives me so much more wiggle room. Like we have groypers in so many places, followers of mine that we are in touch with. It just wouldn't be possible if we had a membership organization, if we had any kind of public-facing activities. So I have fans, Fuentes says, all over the place. And if they were discovered to be my fans, they would be shut down. They would be fired. They would be ruined. So let's keep it secret. I want to keep you a faithful fan, actively promulgating me and telling everybody that I'm the brightest and everybody should watch me and I should be president. One of the biggest things here, this is another quote from Fuentes, random quote before our final one, I think. And just one sentence. Yes, I have to share. We might go a little long tonight to get everything in, but I have to share this because it goes right to my prediction about the meme pathogenic term politically correct being reintroduced by the news agencies and everybody using. And then we just played Stop Anti-Whiteism, playing a cutout of me talking about that. Listen to this. This is from the same interview. Nick Fuentes, quote, "One of the biggest things Trump did was eradicating the wokeness on some level and some of the PC attitudes." Close quote. Not only did he use wokeness, which is part and parcel of the cuckery, not only did he use that concept, but he said PC at right on fucking cue. He's just another Muppet inside the anti-white narrative, doing his job. I'm not saying that he's necessarily knowingly or unknowingly being manipulated, but playing the villain in the anti-white narrative. And actually, I am happy about that. I am so happy about that because his multiracial anti-Jew spurgery is absorbing all of the so-called pro-white anti-Jew spurgery. Keep it going, man. Absorb it all. Absorb it all. That's what you all are united on. Absorb it all. Leave white positive advocacy to white people who that's all we talk about. Those are the things that those are the objectives that we articulate how to get to it. And we show people getting there and we celebrate those victories. Leave that to us. You stick with the anti-Jew stuff. Finally, Fuentes on Aarvoll's return to the land endeavor. Final quote from Fuentes, and I'll see what you all are saying. I just feel, quote, I just feel like people like the world. You're going to love this. You are going to love this. This interview, I am so happy that Aarvoll conducted this interview. I can't even tell you the joy. So much has come out. Quote, I just feel, now remember, this is Fuentes responding, his opinion on what Aarvoll does, return to the land, people going back out, whites building their own homesteads, living amongst each other. Quote, I just feel like people like the world. People like actually the way that things are. I mean, I think we don't like diversity. We don't like crime. But I'm going to be honest with you. When I go to Los Angeles, like, I love that city. And I'm willing to say that, yeah, I can't leave my bag parked in my car. And yeah, I gotta be concerned about certain things. But I like going there. I like the food. I like the lots of people. I like the excitement. And and a lot of people like the world, and it's a question. How do you make it attractive for people to really want to be part of it? I guess that's kind of, in a way, I'm sort of a student of Trump, where Trump, you got to make it sexy. You got to make it hot. People want to be in the world. And I don't know how much you know this proposal of we're going to return to the land. We're going to take you out of the world. We're going to remove you from the world and put you in the place. And I mean, you're obviously still alive in the world, but it's like you're not in society in the return to the land locations. Fuentes goes on. I feel like maybe my disagreement is I like society. I think other people like society. And I think what they like about it is, there's a reason that things are the way that they are. There's a reason we live in a very liberal, globalized world. If we can say that our country is being killed, it's not killing itself. And like, it's the elites that are making it this way. I don't know. I think people do kind of. It's attractive. A lot of the things. They like the attractions. They like the recreations. They like, on some level, the multiculturalism. They like excitement. And so I'm just saying, like, for people that are really not even just for the elite human capital, but for anybody. So there you have kind of an astounding admission. Multiracialism is what we would say rather than multiculturalism. He was speaking there that people are not going to like Aarvoll's go to the land. He actually went into mocking Aarvoll right to his face, which is part and parcel of Fuentes' debating tactics. Mocked Aarvoll right to his face, started giggling like a little child right there on the interview, as he said, you're going to make people, you're telling people you're going to force them out to have porridge, and you have to eat your porridge, and you have to sit among other people eating porridge. That's what he did. And Aarvoll at first, I really felt for Aarvoll at the moment because I was like, what a grievous insult. This little guy is snickering like a 14-year-old. And that's how he gets away with being so insulting. Of course, also the distance. I don't know how insulting he would be in person. Maybe he would. I don't know. But he's like snickering and giggling at Aarvoll. You're going to make people go out and eat porridge? People are not going to want, they want their multiracialism. I love Los Angeles. I love the food there. Los Angeles. There's your great leader of the multiracial, anti-Jew Spurgs. And I agree. He is the leader of the multiracial, anti-Jew Spurgs. I am not in that movement. We are not the same. That is antithetical to what we do here. We don't hate anybody on the basis of their birth. We don't even care. I don't care. It's not like a anti-white narrative or anti-whiteism principle that you don't hate people on the basis of their birth. I don't care where a person comes from, whether it's a pair of Jew legs, white legs, black legs. If you're anti-white, I despise you. If you're victimizing my people, I despise you. That's the part of you that matters. Because for me, as a man of the West, the well-being of my people matter. So your anti-whiteism or lack thereof is what matters to me. Now, if you are a white person listening to that and you say that's not enough, you're like Fuentes is saying, your priorities are on the Jews or the blacks. Their priority is not on the white race. You are right at home if you are in those circles. Stay there. We don't need any more of you. Let me see what you all are saying. And again, I want to point out, just to be completely intellectually fair and honest as I possibly can, when Fuentes was newly out there and he was like a late night comedy guy poking fun at conservatives and more joking about it being the Jews, joking about, well, it's the blacks being the blacks again. That was funny. That was actually valuable to mock conservatives, Big Con Inc. That did something valuable for white people in general. But he changed. He became megalomaniacal, and he's been on that road for ever since. Ever since. I can also sympathize with being doxxed and debanked and all of the other stuff that he's had to deal with. If I could have my druthers, I'd get put the current him in a time machine, send him back, have him watch himself, and then return to that and give up all this political thing. Give up all that nonsense. Now, when it comes to Aarvoll, I think he's a really great guy, and I don't hold anything against him personally. And I would like him to continue, and I anticipate fully that he will with his partner or partners, whoever's working with him on the project. But as far as everything else, we are diametrically opposed. And that's just the way it is and will remain. We have had an excellent time here. Let me look for tags, and we will see. I want to see what you all are saying. I saw the anti-white documentary on Return to the Land. I appreciate the speckled use of Go Free Lexicon, but I'm quite disappointed given my high hopes after seeing Aarvoll's appearance here. Yeah, I was saddened to see the identification with Fuentes and the anti-Jew movement, multiracial anti-Jew movement. It's important to note it's through the lens of anti-white hate documentary. Do we have a term for these documentaries? Exactly. Well said by I. Private Pilot is here. Tree Godfather says, In person, he just whines, but I'm a Mexican, close quote. So true. Another thing, we talked about that here when he was confronted by law enforcement in the alley beside his grandparents' house that I guess his mother gave to him after his grandparents passed. Police officer said, "Are you a white supremacist?" And he said, "How could I be a white supremacist? My name's Fuentes. I'm a Mexican." So that's not a leader of pro-white anything. And for him to say to his audience afterward, like, what am I supposed to say? That's should be the turn around and walk away moment. Because actual white people can't say that. Now, I get that he's 75% white. I get it. But he can disavow the white, which you and I can't, which means he can say things that he can then distance himself from the repercussions that you cannot say and distance yourself from the repercussions. All right. So there's one of the pecker suckers of Fuentes, and this is what Fuentes wants his audience to do. Private Pirate is over there saying in the live chat right now, this is what they do. This is what his followers do. Nick Fuentes has done more for the pro-white movement than you ever will. When Fuentes has done zero for the pro-white movement. Zero. You know, I've done so much for actual white people that there are 2 babies named after me. And I'm not a rock star. I'm not a political star, a politician on the stage. I'm not a family member or a relative. People have named 2 children after me for all that we have achieved for white people, improving the lives of white people. So he's done zero. You're just a midget probably. And I will challenge you right now. Tag me as No White Guilt. Tell me what Fuentes has done for white people. Specifically for white people. I want to hear it. Looking for tags. Great to see everybody here. Big gathering tonight. But it's got to be because, I mean, could you never... It's like coming upon treasure. Aarvoll with Fuentes. When I first saw it, I was like, did they have like a debate and a fight? What happened here? Then I started listening and I was like, oh shit, this sucks. Damn. Aarvoll wants Nick for president? Damn. Aarvoll says he's looking to Fuentes to organize everybody in our movement, meaning that Aarvoll sees himself in that circle or collection of circles. Damn. That's wretched. But then I was like, wait, what did he say? Wait, what did Nick say? What did Fuentes say? What? My predictions for years and years and years coming to fruition? My prediction about the multiracial anti-Jew movement before Fuentes was even on the scene coming to fruition? The freak is here. I vaguely recall discovering Right Stuff Radio around 2016, and then Propertarianism, and then Mark, and then you. Dug through a lot of shit to reach the gold. God bless you for saying that, man. You're 100% right. Anti-whiteism ends with you. Gnostic Truth is here. I love the part about it's kind of like you need a people. It's kind of like there needs to be a we. It's a genius. It's a genius. I mean, that was the impromptu debate that I had with Duke, and then Spencer showed up while I was defeating Duke, and JF let him on. I was like, you keep going out there saying, we need to defeat the Jews. We need to talk about Jews. We need to. There ain't no we, David. There ain't no we, Richard. And then Richard tried to use in that moment, that tactic that he used so well, so many times over the years, where he acts superior to you. He gives like a face and a certain tone. That's his superpower, by the way. Not the ideas. It's that. And he's like, you're just a ruffian. You're just a plebeian. And I stopped him dead cold. And I said, Richard, you know who you're talking to right now, right? And he paused and then said, oh, yeah. And stopped right away. All the way back, I was talking about, yeah, there's no we. I said, white people, if they learn that this powerful group is coming in and they're going to take over and they're going to do X, Y, or Z and etc. White people get out their resumes. Anti-Whiteism Ends With You says, convinced that Fuentes has made a think tank, he's like some all-night approved controlled opposition, limited hangout, gatekeeper for the people who escaped the Shapiro Prager farm. Yep, just directing them all into the completely gelded and controlled anti-Jew spurging. Not the right tool for the job, folks. Somebody says, but boomers are trash. We have senior citizen white people who are serving white well-being and knocking it out of the park day after day. We have people of all ages. We have more women than any other group knocking it out of the park day after day. By the way, the smartest women, so they're talking, both of these guys talking about the elite human capital. And it's been talked about in the white sympathetic sphere for decades. And what's the way that they are, that they believe that they can bring those people in? Money. You got to pay them lots. Ain't nobody gonna, the opposition is going to be able to pay more. Opposition going to be able to pay a lot more with benefits and vacations and a life afterward. You can't do any of that. There ain't enough money. That's not the path. Somebody got Biospirit of the West laughing. I don't know what that's about. Both my children now point out anti-whiteism, says the Westman. They see in the world and online in entertainment. Thank you for sharing that. Those are lives. Those are little white babies that are getting inoculated to anti-whiteism in the world. Their lives are going to be better for it. Not the abstraction of white people, actual beautiful white babies. Could they go to school and talk about anti-whiteism? Absolutely. We had, among our victories that I was listing earlier, there are so many others that we could just go on. And like I said, we could go to 9:30 just talking about that alone. Talking about school, though, could they go to school? How about this? A woman in the community got a book that she was supposed to read to her very young son for him to do a book report on from the public school. The book was rabidly anti-white. She called up the teacher. She wanted a meeting. She went and met with the teacher. She asked me ahead of time, what kind of things might I say there, in addition to what she had already learned by going free? She went there to meet with the teacher. The principal was also present. She sat down with the both of them and showed in the book how the book injured her son's identity as a little white boy. She went page by page with them. You know what the teacher and the principal said? My God, it is anti-white. You know what else happened? The teacher said, I'm taking this book out of the curriculum. This is at a public school. All of this is replicable and scalable. She took the book out of the curriculum. What does that mean for all of the white children in the class and all of her classes to come? Year after year, they won't be exposed to that anti-white book. Now that she can see what's anti-white, to whatever degree, might she see it in more of the curriculum? Might she take more of anti-whiteism out of what she teaches these white children? Those are real people. Those are real babies. That's real work being done with love, hope, and redemption. What if you had gone to that school and said, you know, my problem with this book is that the author is a Jew, and the printing house here, it says here in the bottom of this book, the printing house is also owned by a Jew. Let me tell you about printing houses owned by Jews. Well, geez, let me tell you about the Maxwell family. We'll talk about them for a while and all the work that they did printing up school books for white children in America. And let me tell you the name of a Jew doing the same thing in Canada. And you know what would happen? That teacher would call Child Protective Services. And that principal would speak with the Child Protective Services as a witness of how you are a danger to your child. People know this. So you know what? They're not going to call the teacher as a white well-being activist did. They're going to walk around their house cussing Jews in front of their child. Over time, their child will associate your rage with this anti-Jew, anti-non-white, anti-black sentiments. The child will be at school learning that such people are angry, that they are unhinged, and they will see that in you. And then your child will hate you. And then you'll comfort yourself saying it's natural rebellion. That's what's supposed to happen. White children are supposed to hate their white parents, right? Which path, white man, white woman, which path will you take? Which one is white positive? Which one benefits white people, white children, actual white folk? Sick of it. Thank you for mentioning that, brother. Thunder Down Under says, any possibility that Aarvoll was trying to alienate Fuentes supporters too much, as he has a Gibson Go open for his legal defense of the town. You mean like tap into them for money and resource? I don't doubt, but I don't think like it was like a complete like undercover thing. And he was trying to manipulate Fuentes and Fuentes followers. I don't even see that being in Aarvoll's personality. Ivan the Huggable is here. Oh, screen jumped on me. Remember, have it on live chat, everybody. Ken Folks says, Jews love people like Fuentes. He gives them a reason to stick together. Absolutely. When you have done any research, you see throughout the white sympathetic sphere, decade after decade after decade, when you have rabid and popular anti-Jews, time and again, we find a Jewish donor. We find, and these are anti-white Jews, by the way, facilitating the conversation for the person in various ways. They love anti-Jew rhetoric. It proves the anti-white narrative. It proves their personal Jewish narrative, that everywhere they go, there is this group of people out there. So they love it. You're right. Frankie is here. No, anti-whiteism is the problem, not Jews. Anti-whiteism is the problem. Anti-whites are the problem. The problem for us, fundamentally, is that we need to become a people. We are a deracinated race that is composed of selfishly individualistic people. Some of that is genetic. Most of it is learned. And to arrest this victimization, we have to become a people. Focusing on Jews doesn't make us into a people. So it's the wrong tool. I'm fairly new, says Jeffrey. and trying to gain your perspective. But what is the reason behind this anti-whiteism? Is this about anti-capitalism? Anti-whiteism about anti-capitalism? No, it's anti-white against oppositional the well-being of the white race. Is that what you're trying to ask? And thanks for letting me know, Kate. For Western Kind is here. Good to see you. And thank you, Ivan, for helping to tag me. Anti-whiteism has afflicted the white race for a very long time. It's afflicted us in 100% white countries. It was at work when we killed each other. We killed our mother's sons because they lived on the other side of an invisible line or practiced a different form of religious worship, where we slandered them. And by slandering our brothers, we were slandering ourselves, because it always redounds to the people of the same family, that same biospirit. It was the cause of non-white groups being able to come in the countries of the West. Some of those non-white people were wonderful people. Some of them ended up being contributors to our countries. Some of them were also anti-white. So anti-whiteism, extremely complex phenomenon, and it thrives in the dark soil of the absence of peoplehood for the white race. It cannot be remedied by getting rid of some non-white group, which you're not going to be able to do in your lifetime anyhow. So any argument that, well, you've got to get rid of Jews before you can have white well-being is an argument that you will do nothing about the victimization of our people with your entire life. Simply reflect on much better population across all the countries of the West. Think about Ford's America, Dearborn Independent. That was a white population, far more in touch with our traditional, our ethno roots, the different varieties of our ethnicities, far more embracing manifest destiny, far more aware of our achievements, that they were ours relative to the rest of the world. And that didn't work even then, slandering Jews with the white population. So it's never going to work. Now you got a white population that is disavowed, that is much smaller relative to the other non-white populations in our midst than it was then. A white population that's completely deracinated, totally atomized, brain poisoned by anti-whiteism, disavowed everything that we've done and created. They don't know that we even have a culture. And you think you're going to go to those people and win them over to hating Jews? You're going to be able, as I predicted years ago, create a multiracial anti-Jew movement. And it's going to be largely driven by content creators that appeal more to the larger non-white aspect of those audiences. And everybody there will be united on a dislike of Jews. The non-white people, many of them there, will be serving their people's interests. And they will be endeavoring to manipulate white people into doing their work with them and or even for them. That's why so many of these Hispanic from south of the border in America, brown nationalists, whatever you want to call them, that's why so many of them have Waffen SS avatars. These people walking around and saying, praise Hitler this or Hitler that. They're not saying it because there is a genuine reading of and a discovery of and anything honest about some measure of respect or love, devotion, whatever it might be, devotedness to Adolf Hitler, they say it because Jews don't like it. Same reason why so many of them, for a little spate there, they got into this habit and then it went away. And I was right once again of saying Christ is king to Jews. And I told you all that if that were an honest statement, if it was a focus on Christ and not on the Jews, then they will always say it. But they didn't. And now it's gone. Now the Christ is king is almost seen nowhere. It was just said to irritate Jews because that's where their focus is. Lunder, because he has a sartorial elegance to him, loves my tie. Thank you, good brother. All right. This is going to be a two-parter in replay for sure, because there is no way to make it within the time limit. Dallas over here. Good to see you, Dallas. She says, love hearing the victories. Such power in the understanding and lexicon of the Go Free method. Pure divine brilliance. Big salutes to you, sister. Big honor of mine to be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with you in service to white well-being. God bless you. Looking for those tags right now. We have Land of the Fake saying, this is a fire-ass stream. And a bunch of fire emojis. God bless you for that. Good to see you all over there. Question Everything is over there. Well, what did you all think? What did you all think of that interview? What I shared, and or if you watched it yourselves, we have the ABC reportage here of Aarvoll that I want to share with you. It's brief, 2 minutes, under 2 minutes.
Hills in the state of Arkansas, dozens of people have been working hard, building houses and a new type of community. It's called Return to the Land, and it is a town open to white people only. They are millennials and Gen Z, and this is a new update of age-old prejudice.
What we've done here is establish a place where we have control over who our neighbors are, and that is just for the sake of preserving, our culture.
And that culture, effectively, we're saying this is a white culture, a whites only place.
White American culture.
But what this sounds like is bringing back segregation. Is that a fair assessment?
It's free association. So we're not trying to keep other people down. This is a small settlement in the middle of the Ozarks.
But they are being kept out.
It's just absolutely infuriating when I watched this. I just want to get in this reporter's face. And I have to admire Aarvoll staying calm when this guy is being this anti-white. But when I watch this, I want to get in this guy's face and shout, what are we supposed to build homes for the non-whites? We're supposed to create. The Jews have their own entire buildings in New York City, for example. Everywhere you go, city you go. I lived in Pittsburgh for a while, and they have these Jewish centers where there are pool and workout equipment and everything. On and on and on. They can all have these sort of things. White people, the moment you want to have your own anything, you want to build it and have it, the anti-white logic is, no, you're not allowed. You need to provide for all of the other groups. Why? Because the social morality in the West is the anti-white immoral imperative. And if you do not address that, which we do with Go Free, and you do not defeat that, which we do with Go Free, nothing else is possible.
You don't let everyone into your home.
Around 40 people live here. Hundreds more from across the world have paid to be members. And while the men do the physical labor, The women take care of the children who...
Yeah, I really would have put that POS on the spot. I really would have put him on the spot about we're building our own homes. Yes, we're going to keep out whoever we want to keep out. Yes. And you don't have a problem with that when it comes to any other group, which demonstrates that you're anti-white.
Live here full time.
It could be a very loving community if you're part of the community, but if you're black, if you're Jewish, or if you're gay, you can't be part of that community.
They can have their own communities, and they already do.
You might be wondering how any of this can be legal. Return to the Land is structured as a private members association, which they believe allows them to discriminate on the basis of ethnicity, along with other factors. That has yet to be tested in the courts and may well fail. The Arkansas Attorney General has said his office is now reviewing the matter as a result of our reporting, and that there is no room for racial discrimination in Arkansas or anywhere in a free society.
Absolutely despicable anti-whiteism. And as I see it, there is no hope for us to recapture our destiny if you think it's just going to be a bunch of legal battles. You're not going to win. Fuentes is right when he's telling his followers, stay secret. Don't go public. Don't go out and inform, because the system will shut you down. The system will ruin you. The system will even kill you. So you have to address that moral imperative of society, which has trumped everything else, including the Christian morality. It's subsumed it. While this is happening, while the anti-whites and NBC, for example, are saying white people shouldn't be allowed to build a community for themselves. They have to build it for everyone else, and then they can be allowed to live there as well. We only need think of Urania right now coming under the same anti-white arguments. And we see this up in Boston. Wu's new housing plan. White English-speaking neighborhoods, so just white, are deemed low priority. This is your anti-white, non-white POS garbage. If you worked hard, and then this is written by a cuck. So understand as we read, you'll identify it if you are a regular practitioner. If you worked hard, bought a home, speak English, and live in a quiet neighborhood, congratulations. You're officially not a priority in Mayor Michelle Wu's Boston. No, that's not it, cuck. This is quintessential cuck. They have turned it into an abstraction. They mention, because Michelle Wu is outright saying that these white neighborhoods are going to be deprioritized. So the cucks have to mention it at all. But then what do the cucks do? They turn around and say, I can't de-race. They turn it into an abstraction. It's like I've always said when it comes to cucks. You could have 5 anti-white non-whites beating and raping your white children and yelling at a cuck parent that this is because they're white. And the white cuck parent will say, no, it has nothing to do with race. That's the takeaway from Wu's administration new 69-page anti-displacement action plan. This is actually what it's titled. The anti-displacement, which introduces a scoring system to decide who gets housing help and where the city should focus its efforts. The city. Who is the city? Who built Boston? White people. Boston was 100% white. 100% white when white people created it. It's increasingly white erased. It is still propped up, obviously, with massive white tax dollars. So the city, which is the white population's government, funded primarily the lion's share by the white race, check it out for yourself, that is supposed to serve that white population because of that societal contract that we give our governments a little bit of our freedom and liberty to serve our needs, subverted by anti-whiteism, is not going to be serving the needs. In fact, is literally scoring white neighborhoods lower on the list of priorities for the city's improvements, betterments, aid, on and on. Anti-displacement action plan, which introduces a scoring system to decide who gets housing help and where the city should focus its efforts. Spoiler, it's not you. Of course, this writer is not just writing to white people. Again, the cucks there want to disavow. They always want to disavow. The cucks think it's a genius move to disavow everything that is ours, tell non-white people that it is theirs, and then non-white people will defend it. But they don't. They know it's not theirs. This is the tragedy of the commons as it applies to the defense or lack thereof of our well-being. You disavow what is ours. If you say it belongs to the commons, nobody then fights for it. Nobody defends it. Nobody preserves and protects it. Buried in the plan is a city-developed displacement risk map, a displacement risk map, which flags neighborhoods by race, language, income, education level, and home ownership rates. What's going to matter there? Of course, just like when it came to hiring, but before and during, when they didn't give names to what they were doing, like DEI or what was it? Gender in hiring and race and national origin in hiring. They've all been these different names. Often they don't give names because that's the smarter way to do it. And they go about school administrators. They do this in enrollment all the time. So many points to this, so many points to that. And in the final analysis, you find that it really is geared to an anti-white outcome. And don't we see that? Don't we see that at the universities? White males fanatically underrepresented in the Ivy League. In other words, if your neighborhood is cucks talking, too stable, speaks the wrong language, God, I really hate cucks. If you speak the wrong language, I mean, how dumb is this? Literally taking on the catechisms of our victimizer. English is the language they object to, the anti-whites, part of the scoring. So what do the cucks come in there and do? I have the wrong language. Are you fucking, my God, were you lobotomized at birth? What is wrong with you, white race? Or you have too many people in the family who finished college. No, it's white. How does the risk map actually work? It doesn't just sit on a shelf. The city uses it to decide where to advertise housing lotteries, who gets first-time home buyer support, which landlords to engage for eviction prevention. So your white ass getting thrown out of a rented property in a white neighborhood, the city ain't going to come to your help. Which neighborhoods get rezoned or preserved? What developers are told to build and for whom? Where climate dollars go? How do you like that? As the federal government fleeces all of us in the population, you saw the climate damage done there at the Statue of Liberty and how much the water has risen, right? 0. Well, as the billions are dispersed and they make their way down into Boston, they're not going to go to your, even though you paid those billions, they're not going to go to your your neighborhood. They're going to go to the non-white neighborhoods, those billions of dollars. Who gets public land for below market? Who gets public land for below market? how the city negotiates over state-owned real estate, and what they're going to do with that state-owned real estate. It goes on and on. This is fanatically anti-white. And there are not many anti-Jews talking about it because, well, Wu is, what is she? Vietnamese or descent? So not really important. Only white people getting ruined up there in Boston. White babies, white elderly, white men, white women. Not really important. This is a real thing. You know what's happening also? We had, what airline was it? Delta? What airline is introducing AI-controlled pricing, active pricing? So if you book your flight from a white area, let us say, it's going to be more expensive than if you book your flight from the ghetto. Yeah, the AI is going to be watching, and it's going to be looking at where you're booking from. What have your other trips been? Is it a business trip? Is it on and on? They're going to be looking at all of this. And of course, Delta, it's Delta. Thank you. The AI, people are wondering, could that even be legal? Well, no legislation for it yet. The technology is advancing faster than government, which is pretty normal. But what do you think the anti-whites in government are going to conclude? What do you think the average citizen living with a moral metric that is a measurement of anti-whiteism, what do you think they're going to be acceptable with? That the white people should pay more? I think they will be. That the non-white people should pay less? I think they'll be. Look at what Wu is doing. Absolutely sickening. Well, we have reached our normal wrap it up, but we're not wrapping it up yet. We're going to take a very brief break, and we're going to come back, and I am going to continue to educate, and you're going to have an opportunity while I'm gone to think about Fuentes and Aarvoll and everything going on, and we're going to come back. We're going to celebrate the victories of promulgating our concepts that liberate our people. We're going to have a brief celebration of that, and we'll go over that lesson of the day about predictive power, because that's one of the things that Aarvoll said, that Fuentes has this amazing predictive power. Does he really? Well, we'll find out when we come back. Until then, very briefly, enjoy you some of the great ForNull.
Don't know much about her. She drifts around on her way, reflect the light shone upon her. If only she could hear him say, it's okay.
Let me know that you can hear me okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to get into, if you can hear the crowd, that's how you know it's time to celebrate our swashbuckling champions. And we begin with, get out your raucous emojis. Let's really make them something, because, hey, there has been nothing like this community, nothing ever. Let's hear it for the great Franklinator and Biospirit of the West. Thank you for that. Biospirit of the West, ladies and gentlemen, for gathering all of these victories together. And it's a sampling of all of the victories that we achieve in service to white well-being, promulgating the concepts that liberate our people from the anti-white narrative, putting them in our story where they are the heroes and they become a people. So big salutes to both of these heroes. Let's keep that celebration going for Ivan and Hoyt McCoy, Biospirit of the West, the Franklin, and Lockie Lunder. These champions were in the Donald Trump Jr. shows this past week, and it was through Donald Trump Jr. that we were able to swash the word anti-white right up into the mouth of Donald Trump. We were here the entire time. We said it was going to happen. It happened, and all of the anti-Jews didn't care. What a surprise, right? Let's give it up for these heroes who were over there. Well done, champions. Well done. Let's go ahead and pop up on the screen, and we're going to jet through these. Let's see. Window. There we go. And there he is, ladies and gentlemen. Zarathustra by Friedrich Nietzsche. And those who were seen dancing were thought to be insane by those who could not hear the music. These are definitely the Fuentesians looking on at our celebrations, wondering, why are they celebrating? Anglo-Saxon systemic anti-whiteism at work. On a deleted post, 3,500 people seeing the concept anti-whiteism, over 100 likes there. He'd been going for Anglo-Saxon NWG. This is his week because we missed several of his last week. And again, these are the victories over the course of just this week, ladies and gentlemen. Anglo-Saxon swashing over on Dub's Life writes, "You are anti-white." 4,600 people seeing the concept anti-white. Look at this. Hundreds and hundreds of likes. People empowered by the work of the swashbuckling general, Anglo-Saxon NWG. Here he is again. This is just systemic anti-whiteism, he writes, and under Dub's Life. And how many people does he empower? 5,229 people seeing systemic anti-whiteism again. Over 100 likes. Keep it going. Big salutes, quadruple 07s, raucous emojis, crepitant emojis for Anglo-Saxon and WGs. Back again over on Michael O'Keefe this time. How many of Michael O'Keefe's audience did he empower? 2,138, 119 likes. Systemic anti-whiteism needs to be dismantled. Big power salutes to Anglo-Saxon and WG and his swashbuckling. Here he is again on TMZ. This time, 1,600 people being empowered, almost 200 likes. Anti-whites want total white erasure, empowering those people in TMZ's audience with the concept anti-white and white erasure. Big swashbuckling victories there. We love the work of Anglo-Saxon and WG. 2,172 people empowered over on Way of the World's audience. 111 likes. Anti-whites are driven by murderous jealousy and envy. Yes, they are. Superpower salutes to Anglo-Saxon and WG. Great work, brother, all across the board. But Jason, it's coming from everywhere. This is why it's coming from everywhere. Anglo-Saxon NWG empowering 2,366 people in the audience of Zoomer T. 117 likes with white erasure. Just call it what it is. Think about all the people empowered with that now. Brilliantly done, Anglo-Saxon and WJ. Unstoppable, again under Zoomer T, 4,396 people empowered. That's because there's not enough pushing back against anti-whiteism. Genius use of the lexicon and a dialectic right there, brilliantly done by this champion. Give him some trophies. Connor in it this week, empowering over people over on Roland, I think that's his gun platform. How many of that audience did he empower? 4,012 human beings, with over 300 of them giving likes. Connor empowers them with whites assimilate, non-whites never fully can. Brilliant use of that concept, non-white, and the dialectic about actual assimilation, using this epic meme that directs people back to the source, nowhiteguilt.org. Brilliant. Cool Papa J Magic swashing over here on Think Before You Sleep video. He has 222 people giving likes, being empowered by what he wrote. Anti-whiteism is victimizing us in uncountable ways. None of us can fathom how much better our lives could be if we weren't being targeted for our race. Genius level swashbuckling, using anti-whiteism, two different dialectics there, empowering the audience over on Think Before You Sleep. Cool Papa continuing over on Lotus Eaters. He has a couple on Lotus Eaters, I think. 204, so almost 250 people who have come there for abstractions being empowered by Cool Papa. Anti-whiteism is everywhere. The time to put our collective foot down is now. The same anti-white narrative driving this in your country is dominant in mine too. In all Western nations, across borders, we are brothers and sisters. No more petty conflict between our people. Can we at least start there? 250 likes almost. Several dialectics brilliantly articulated along with the lexicon. My God, get on your feet for that swashbuckler. Racist is an anti-white slur, in quotes, and that's how you have to put it, because it's their word. It's their anti-white slur. It's an anti-white slur that dehumanizes us for not being anti-white enough. That's one of the most powerful dialectics on planet Earth. By racism, they ultimately mean white people existing at all. This is also on Lotus Eaters, working up to 300 people being empowered that are there for the abstractions, not even to talk about race. Give it up for the cool Papa J Magic. He is still on Lotus Eaters here. Look at this, 547 likes, 20 replies, 547 people empowered with our white sons and daughters are being victimized, assaulted, harassed, etc. We need to say it every time it matters. Show the love for the cool Papa J Magic. This person coming in saying, thank you, yes. We should not, we being afraid, what to say, our skin color. Yeah, that we should identify ourselves. This is obviously someone who is acknowledging, without even intending to do so, that there is this anti-white immoral imperative that is the moral metric of the West. Saying, yes, we should be able to talk about our victimization. Cool Papa back down here working on 400 more people being empowered. We need to stop making a distinction between legal, illegal. I want the white erasure to stop. And it doesn't matter to me whether we are white erased illegally or legally. My God, on your feet for the cool Papa J Magic. Brilliantly done. Let us continue. Cool on Mark Dice. 750 people in Mark Dice's audience empowered. America is sick of the constant anti-whiteism coming from the entertainment industry. Goodbye, Stephen. You won't be missed. Big salutes there. The anti-whiteism coming from the so-called entertainment industry. Brilliantly articulated. People will be repeating that. Anti-whiteism has been dominant. The dominant social morality, there it is, as I've been saying, since long before Hulk Hogan. This is also on Mark Dice, empowering 404 people and climbing. That's the cool by himself. Celebrate the man. Here we have Dane, believe it or not. A post from Dane. If we circled the wagons like Arania and left them to everything we built, in a single generation, everything will be destroyed and they'll come looking for us again. There is no escaping our fate. We do not use that word for ourselves. But she shares this meme. White erasure. No white guilt.org. Give it up for Dane for sharing the meme. How many people did she reach at that point? 9,000 plus people with hundreds, almost 1,000 likes. That is fantastic. Thank you so much, Dane. Keeping it going, here's the dandy. Breaking it down on Declaration of Memes. 1,253 people empowered by this fantastic meme, which directs people back to nowhiteguilt.org, the source. White erasure enabled by white guilt and anti-whiteism. So fucking genius by Dandy Westman right there. White erasure enabled by white guilt and anti-whiteism. That is what people need to be empowered with. Well done. Here we have Hans the Skipper over on Liberty Cappy. The great Hans getting and empowering almost 13,000 people with this. White erasure is not limited to inviting infinity intruders. It grows like a malignant cancer to include our Western standards of health and beauty. Perfect dialectic, bringing in a completely another aspect of our norms, health and beauty, brilliantly done by the Hans the Skipper. Few can mirror his glory. Look at this. We'll be looking at that in just a moment. And this, we'll be looking at that in just a moment. But first, the Tree Godfather empowers 3,400 people and climbing, over 200 likes in the audience of Hermes. You need to remember, this is all of these different audiences across the internet. It comes down to white erasure. Perfectly articulated with an epic meme and the website. Give it up for the Tree Godfather. Biospirit of the West comes in just as the audience takes a breath. 1,600 people empowered, almost 100 likes. This is in the audience of Because We Live Here. Biospirit of the West empowering folks with this. And the majority of the remaining white Bostonians are cheering on the white erasure and eagerly heaping up our collective racial funeral pyre. Same across the entire West. Anti-white psychological propaganda is destroying Western kind without a shot fired. A perfectly articulated, powerful, and that little twist at the end there, really driving it home that they're defeating us without even trying, leaving these people with the arguments and the concepts to empower them. Perfectly done, Biospirit of the West. Here he is back again, this time over on I Am Yes, You Are No, with 9,408 people empowered. Anti-whiteism is running the West, is ruining the West. White well-being must become priority number one. I love that meme as well. Beautiful. All those white hands. Fuentes audience wouldn't look like that. No white guilt.org. Let's give a big Promethean salute to all of our meme mavens, because we have so many of these epic memes, because champions, and I really should get a list of the names of the people who are making memes most of the time so we can celebrate them by name, are making these. But until we have that, you know who you are. Let's celebrate those heroes. We appreciate you. God bless you for that hard work. Biospirit of the West in the house again. 4,200 more people empowered, this time in James Kirkpatrick's audience, malicious anti-whiteism and white erasure. The Serbian minister looks like he's being held hostage. Perfectly articulated for everyone there looking at this horrible news in Serbia. Well done, good captain and leader of the OT. There it is, folks. We did that. There is a definite anti-white feeling in the country that can't be allowed. That was our work. And never forget, all of this is replicable and scalable. Let's hear very briefly from Keith Woods.
Portion of the country to totally flip how they view that, which is really fundamental to the whole project of forced diversity and anti-whiteism.
Yeah. Yes, we appreciate that. Keep using anti-whiteism, and we even have Sam Hyde.
It's so fucking funny. The time haters. My God, man. You can close that. So, of course, there's like Dave Chappelle's anti-white hatred in this.
We love it. Sam Hyde using anti-white. Keep it going, brother, and we will be right back. Well, we are in overtime. Thank you all for celebrating. I'm going to get you all the name. Based White gave me one of those, brought my attention to one of those clips, and I think the other was for white well-being. So big salutes to those heroes. Thank you so much for bringing those clips to my attention. Let's head on over to some celebrations. Keep your raucous emojis going for the great dude bro moment. Big salutes, quadruple 07s, crowns and gems, financially gifting 50 white well-being dollars over here on Entropy, the Dude Bro Moment platform. $50, he says, for white well-being. He's unstoppable. You got to show him some love. He's the one and only Dude Bro Moment. We also have Sporin Sandwich, financially gifting $25, 25 white well-being dollars. On this epic Sunday of victories, he says, with those $25, big salutes for you, brother, for white well-being. Spurgs are so tedious. He writes, they don't care about our people, our culture, or our children's future. So true. So very true. Big salutes to you. We'll come back to Entropy for the remaining financial gifts after we cover all of the celebrating. Really get it loud, get it proud right now for the one and only First Last, who has financially gifted $205. $205 from First Last. God bless you, man. Thank you so much. And he gave us the grift tanks for think tanks. That's really what they are. So true. How many times have they've hit you up for think tanks, grift tanks, my brother? $205. God bless you. Yeah, and actually what he was actually doing, if they ever bilked him for any money, is that he was paying for sinecures. He was. Fuentes is right. God bless you, brother. We have Corey over here as well to celebrate. $50 from the great Corey. Big celebration. Raucous emojis. Crepitant. I want to hear him cracking all the way over here. Crepitant emojis. God bless you, Corey. Thank you so very much. Let's see if we've got any more to celebrate. It's a celebration to last throughout the years, I think is how it goes. And with a absolutely cooked voice from yelling earlier, we're not going to be doing any singing. All right, wait. Is this? No, we don't have anything. Okay, nothing. Didn't miss out anything there. Let me swivel around and see if we've got any more to celebrate. Hyperborean Dream has just come in with 25 white well-being dollars. Give it up for the great Hyperborean Dreams financial gift of 25 beautiful. We care about the white babies. We care about white senior citizens. We are getting between them with the shield of Go Free and the sword of this dialogic, taking down the anti-whites. He writes, for white well-being around the globe. God bless you, champion. Just in time. All right, don't see anything over to celebrate. We will get to all of the financial gifts right after we take a look at the mailbag, thaumatological mailbag. Had a piece of mail in it. It's a beautiful piece of mail. Take a look at this beautiful piece of mail. And let's see what's inside, shall we? Greetings, Jason. Your movement is growing. White well-being for white babies. They are coming. Anonymous. Now, Anonymous, are you telling us that maybe you are having a white baby on the way? I don't know. It sounds like maybe. If that's what you want, if that's where you are, then I hope so. But otherwise, we want, yes, many white babies with this beautiful letter and this absolutely beautiful cursive. She has gifted $100 for the white babies. God bless you, Anonymous. Thank you so very much. We'll prop that up right there. I'll take a look. Oh, my, we only have a sip of coffee left. Yes. Anonymous coming in. Thank you so very much. Yes, for the white babies. Let us scroll back over here to see if we missed. Let's celebrate the great Stumblin's $15. We read him earlier. Thank you so much, brother. Really appreciate that. It was timely, so we had to get to it right then and there. Thank you very, very much. We also have a Western Kind UTD $3 financial gift. Hails, brother. He says, thank you for the $3. He says, we had an excellent reading and discussion of Go Free yesterday on his stream. Many were impressed and inspired with Go Free. We covered a boy named Smith and the MP infection in entertainment. Thank you for that. I appreciate the testimonial and those $3 for white well-being. Yes, you can learn about a boy named Smith in Go Free, and just a little narrative to help you understand the mechanisms of anti-whiteism and how they corrupt the minds of white people, especially our children. Let me look over here. I do not see, no financial gifts on Odyssey. On D Live, though, we have a lemon gifted in cryptocurrency by Hartza. Much gratitude, many thanks to you, Hartza, for those lemons. And okay, looks like we might have some tags for me on Premium Rumble, so we will come back to that and see what we may have missed. Great to see everybody over there. And we have, let's see, we have Sloths over here on the live chat on Twitter. What is this? Talks about is the gallows glee of anti-whiteism doing white erasure. Fuentes, the energy Fuentes talks about is the gallows glee of anti-whites doing white erasure. The great Slotzian. Thank you, good brother. Good to see you. Christopher is with us. Christopher, NWG, hi. Jason, high five. Big high five as well. We could do a salute. Bam, that hits with a high five as well. Thank you, man. Good to see you as always in the live chat over there on Twitter X. Let's come back over here and see we have Da Freak has shown up with a $5 gift. Thank you so very much. Good brother. And says all he has to say with the $5. I appreciate it. And we have Yiz the Unifier here, $5 weekly folk tithe for white well-being, she writes. Thank you so very much, sister. All right. Where were we? You can tag me as No White Guilt. We are in overtime, so there's no use in rushing now. No use at all. I might have to get me a piece of gum. We'll see. But big salutes. Personally, I want to salute everybody. Big debt of gratitude to everybody celebrating. Honestly, you all know it's one of the most important things that we do is to cherish and celebrate each other for work for white well-being. One of the most important things that we could do. So thank you all for that. Red Dog is here. Let me acknowledge some more of the folks that are here today. Nameless One is here. I saw Kakadu. I see. Who else do I see? The Biospirit of the West. First Last. Samuski, Goofus, Cindy Ben, Problematic Biospirit. Who else do I see still in the house celebrating, commenting? If I accidentally miss you. Oh, there we have a typical Fuentesian, an anti-Jew, showing up with their argument. He's Jewish. I think that guy's Jewish. He really looks Jewish to me. Yeah. Total Germanic, Anglo, primarily Scandinavian. All of the white race is in me, though, actually. It's pretty amazing. As well as including Russia as white as well. It's all in me. And so that's the way it is. But Jewish, Jewish. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a great argument. I noticed that you Fuentesians didn't have a lot of substance to say. I asked you about his main objective. Like, you would think you would watch this guy year after year after year, and you would know, what's the game plan? How are we going to get there? The stated one. None of them knew. I wonder why that is. You have that. You have the request that you tell us all how he has so greatly benefited the white race, how much he's done for the white race. You know, they come in and they're like, well, what have you done? Well, we talked about it a lot. We could talk about it a lot more, and we'll keep having successes. And then we ask, well, what has Fuentes done? Crickets. You're not going to be able to say he's Jew critical as something for the white race. Not going to work with people who are actually concerned with white well-being. So yeah, hey Jewish, I got nothing with this guy. Can tell you right now. Blank is here. Ay. All right, make sure you tag me. APK is here. Make sure you tag me. I want to get your thoughts. What did you think about all this? Is that, in all seriousness, where are you on like the scale of, oh my freaking God, Jason said this exact thing, and then you have for years, and then you have the guy at the center of it. He's the guy who all of these other content creators, they're just like his afterbirth. They follow him around. It's the most pathetic thing. You could start, don't name them. I don't want to embarrass anybody, but you know who they are. There are tons of them, of these content creators. And they just follow Fuentes around, begging for scraps from his audience. Like, please be nice to us. Please give us some views too, please. And then so they glaze, they praise him endlessly with all this baseless, largely baseless praise. And then they come and they do things like this. He does more for the white race. For the white race. Officer, are you a white supremacist? Fuentes. Me? No. My last name is Fuentes. I'm Jewish, is what he really meant to say. This is a Leviathanic victory, I think. Having predicted this and it come so I see. I was trying to articulate it earlier that he's watching the interview and he's like falling out of his seat because he's like, oh my God, No White Guilt said exactly this. I know some of these guys, they show up, the Juicebers and the Fuentesians, they show up, and I just want to put my foot so far up their ass they can taste the water on my knee. But otherwise, I mean, they're really just becoming a real joke. They were more of a nuisance. Now it's just a real joke. As that community gets browner and blacker by the day, it just, can you imagine white people wanting to be in that environment? Ridiculous. I mean, how are you supposed to really get into a movement when everybody's wearing a butt plug? Everybody over there is wearing a butt plug. How can you really get excited about it? If any of them are going to get to the bottom of things, they're holding up a bottle of liquor. That's what they're working to get to the bottom of. Absolutely remarkable. We have our lesson of the day that we are going to get to, our final item. And so glad that you all could be here today and see this colossal victory of the prediction. So you wonder, how do you know? Like, why is this a big deal? If I'm getting all of this right, and you see Go Free going, this is another point in the column of, holy shit, this is legit. This is another point in that column. The amount of evidence is Brobdingnagian. Dandy Westman's in the live chat. Good to see you, brother. Comments such as, quote, this is a learning experience, or, quote, a hard lesson on situational awareness. Quote, lie with dogs, get fleas. Oh, did you say something else? Do I have to put it together? Give me the rest of it, Dandy. Tag me as No White Guilt. Melinda is here. I really have to see the females that show up in the Fuentes circles. Wow. What's got to be wrong with you? You really got to be dedicated to being anti-non-whites, to stick around in an environment where they despise you. They really, they really despise you. Our lesson of the day. Go for a lesson of the day. We got no announcements today, but we do got a lesson of the day, and that is merchants on the right. And that is what so many of these people are. Content creators, org leaders, they're just merchants on the right. Merchant is the appropriate word for them. We like to do that. It's fun. It's fun. But what do they do with their predictions? Are they predictions? Are they something else? Are they observations? Important lesson today, because so many of these people, content creators, and Fuentes is really primo at this merchant prediction business, and we'll talk about exactly how it works. But it's an important topic because Aarvoll really celebrated Fuentes for his predictive capabilities. This is a trick, and merchants across the right they pull the trick, and you need to not be tricked by the trick. You need to be cynical. You need to, when they do make a prediction of any type, if you can't remember it, you better write it down. So that if you're wondering whether the person is actually equipped with any predictive capabilities, you'll be able to measure whether or not that is true. What is most likely the case for so many people is that they can't predict with any accuracy because they don't understand the system. You understand, of course, that what we look out and see in the socio-political universe, kind of like the physical universe, is our perception. And our perception is limited. It's very narrow relative to the amount of information that's out there. No matter how intelligent you are, it's still a very narrow amount that you can pull in, a very narrow perspective. You have to be intelligent to hold a lot of the data. You also have to be humble enough to submit yourself to the education of others, even if they're maybe not as intelligent. They've had life experiences. They've seen things. You can incorporate and then determine whether or not their experiences or what they share, how they perceive those things are of value for your evaluation of the societal context that we have to move through to advocate for white well-being against the storm of anti-whiteism. What happens most of the time is that with a merchant, kind of like Fuentes, self-serving, egotistical, over the course of their programs, they will speculate about many different things. And very often, they'll state absolutes in those speculations. They won't leave them in this ephemeral, intangible state. Because if they do, then they seem to have a lot less value, a lot less weight, appropriate with that metaphor, a lot less weight, because anybody can just say, maybe this, maybe that, maybe this, maybe that. So they go the extra step to say the absolute. There will be war. There will be peace. There will be 100%. How do they deal with the reality of getting it wrong? The next day or the next week, they speculate the exact opposite. They go to the antithetical extreme. They go to the opposite extreme. And it is another prediction. When you make predictions about all of the most likely possibilities, you are guaranteed to be right in the future. That is how shysters, that is how charlatans work. And that's what these merchants are on the right are doing. So is it prediction or is it observation? You could take Fuentes, for example, when it came to Elon Musk. Now, maybe it's a bit of maybe you don't listen to Fuentes. Maybe you see none of his clips. I doubt it, though. They're always like all of his Fuentesians. They're just like, all that matters is this guy, shoving him in your face all the time. When Musk came to the purchase of Twitter, and there were several other times in that process of, is he going to purchase? Yes, no, he's not going to. Yes, he is going to. No, he's not. Fuentes moved like a reed in the wind. Musk was our great liberator. Free speech would be restored. We're so back, guys. Like he does. Leans into the camera. Ha ha, we're so back. And then a couple days later, next week, he's part of the cabal. He's controlled. We could never trust this system. So black-pilled today. He went back and forth like that early when Musk was looking to purchase. And then prior to him being brought back on, which is curious, isn't it? When X became this prison where they quarantined the anti-Jews for the benefit of the ADL, in my opinion, of course. Purely my opinion. He went back and forth again. Musk is the great liberator. Free speech is all we've ever needed so that people could hear the ideas. To Musk is part of little tech. Musk should never have been trusted. Musk is undermining, he's part of the system and he's undermining our effort. He's the great evil. He did the exact same thing with Donald Trump. Great liberator, great freer of all of our insecurities and wants and needs and all good things, to totally controlled. We'll do the bidding, the 100% bidding of the Jews. To, no, he's going the opposite direction. Look at what he said here. He's always been our liberator. He always will be. To, he was never going to be our liberator. He never could be. And in both cases, giving these long lists of all of the information supporting why that position is true. At any point in the future, he's guaranteed to be right. Trump will be the liberator or Trump will be the destroyer. What about when Fuentes talked about war in the Middle East? Well, maybe you remember his clips where he said, well, Hamas doesn't really have a big chance to contend with Israel, but they can slow them up. And Hezbollah will destroy Israel. He went on for weeks and weeks about Hezbollah will destroy Israel. And he cited, I think, the year was 2006, where Hezbollah in the Lebanon war had supposedly fought Israel to a standstill. And he went down the long lists of how they fought Israel to a standstill and on what date the war started and on what date the war ended and on the different personalities involved doing that tactic, that sales tactic, whether he knows he's doing it or not, dropping all of the names, knowing actually very little about what he's talking about, but dropping all of that data, trivial data that no one needs to know. No one is going to derive any more value from knowing the name of this sheik or this commander or that commander. Who is that for? But to manipulate you into thinking how important and how smart Fuentes is. It's a sales tactic, for the love of God. What happened? Well, Hezbollah, and what did I say? By the by, what did I say about Hezbollah before the conflict with Israel? I said Israel would mop the floor with them. No contest. Israel is a first world military. Hezbollah is a gang of thugs with military weaponry. No contest. What happened? Who was right? Well, I was. What did Fuentes do? After he said that Hezbollah would destroy Israel, would at least fight them to a standstill, would really bloody their nose, well, it suddenly became, well, it was obvious all along, 100%. Israel would crush them. There was never a chance. Never a chance at all. And then somehow, even though, and he listed all the reasons again, by the way, how there was never a chance for Hezbollah, how they were all undermined by exploding pagers and exploding cell phones, and how Israel targeted their leadership and all. Yes, that's how Hezbollah was defeated, the group that you said would beat the shit out of Israel. But now it was a foregone conclusion. Now the new conclusion for Fuentes, observation. It was a foregone conclusion. Hezbollah could never win. Once the white writing was on the wall, once that writing was on the wall and the tree is leaning far enough over now that it's going to fall exactly in that direction, that's when the merchants on the right step up with these fatalistic predictions. It's absolutely this. And again, they're 100% right after the fact because they've picked all of the possibilities. What else did he say? Well, what did he say about Syria? Nothing. Because even though this guy is so focused on this region and what the Jews are doing, for some reason, he was completely incapable of predicting how easily Assad would fall. He actually said there would be a big fight, that Assad was going to put up this huge fight in Syria. And what would happen? The fight in Syria, the fight with Hezbollah? Well, Iran was going to come in. The Houthis were going to join in, and that was going to be the end of Israel. Remember that? It was going to be world war, because over and over this guy talked about world war. Trump, he said, is going to be used by Miriam Adelson, Ike Perlmutter, and all of these others. And he's going to do the bidding, and they want Iran wiped from the map. So that's what Trump is going to do. 100% Trump's going to go in there and wipe it from the map. Mark my words. Fuentes and other merchants on the right said, well, what happened? Assad fled. Assad fled, and there was no resistance. The Israelis beat the ever-living shit out of any resistance there as well. And afterward, or in that process, I should say, before it was completed, again, Fuentes came forward. Obviously, there can't be any defense, because in this year, they took out these items in Syria. And during the Syrian civil war, they did A, B, C, and D. And it was obvious that Assad was never going to recover then. And this general in Assad's military, name and rank and serial number and home address, well, he had been undermined by the Israelis year before. And because of this, and because of all of these things, it was obvious that Syria and Assad would fall. Again, another prediction, 180 degrees. This one made as the tree began to fall in a very specific direction, limiting the potential outcomes. Fuentes is able to step forward and say, I got it right again. Got it right again. What happened with the Houthis? The Houthis were going to defeat America's Navy, according to Fuentes. They would never be able to stop this, but they've been silenced. What happened with Iran in the World War? Well, it was going to be forever. I mean, there were so many clips of Fuentes talking about guaranteed world war, because Iran would be absolutely obliterating Israel. Not a chance in the world for Israel. Number of missiles, number of anti-aircraft weapons in Iran, inability to land on the beaches, and all of these other things. So 100%, America was going to have to come in and wage war on Iran. And what would happen, according to these predictions from this merchant on the right? Well, China would have to enter the fray, and a bunch of other countries that he would throw in for the purpose of this, like, sales 101 tactic. Like, look at the map, find a country that is unfamiliar. That's what he did. And then he threw that into the mix. Well, maybe the whatever tribe in Pakistan will also get involved on the side of Iran. And then China will want to aid Iran because they're such a big partner. Belt and Road, economic considerations. And then Russia, because of their intertwined economies in oil and gas deposits, and go on about all of these different pieces of data that are totally immaterial. It's going to be world war. Well, there wasn't. There wasn't world war. And then a new set of predictions are made as the tree begins to fall and the fate of what will be became clearer and clearer. He gives a new prediction. The Iranians will give up. Nothing ever based happens, he says in the clips. And here are all the reasons why Iran could not defend itself. All along, I knew they weren't going to be able to defend themselves. It was written in the stars because of all these reasons that I would cite. The war at this point, the murder of Soleimani. And I don't even do this shit and I know their names from hearing it once. It's just a sales trick by people who have a better memory than you. Stop thinking the recitation of names and places and organizations is intelligence. It's just memory. And here are all the reasons why Iran was destined to capitulate ignominiously to Israel, with the United States backing them up. So is it prediction or is it observation? It's observation. Regrettably, as you see with Aarvoll, it's successful. Aarvoll, I guess, he's a smart guy. I guess he's too busy. He doesn't see as many Fuentes clips and recall, well, wait, you said that here and you gave a bunch of reasons, and now you're saying the exact opposite there and you're giving a bunch of reasons. So that's not a predictive capability. You can't speculate and then support your speculation with a bunch of trivial data points and have many of these predictions mutually impossible. They can't go together, and then come away from that saying that you've successfully predicted X, Y, and Z. But now there is this notion that Fuentes has this predictive ability when nothing could be further from the truth. I think it is in my head when I can see Fuentes in clips raving about how back we are, how back we are with Musk, how back free speech. And this is the way it's going to line up. I can remember the actual clip, like every bit of it, where he's talking about, here are the players that are lining up on this side. Here are the players lining up on that side. We're so back. And then the clips later where, no, Musk is just part of the system. And he's here to corrupt us. He's here to undermine us. And here are all the reasons. I can see that when I see those in my memory, I guess not everybody can do this. I think this is one conniving, lying, charlatan-esque, mountebank, and very successful fraud. Unfortunately, for those who care about white well-being, these people, these anti-Jews, they have held the reins on what it means to care about white people. And the entire time that they've held the reins, caring about white people had to be hating Jews or hating blacks. I know, because I was there. I was one of the few, very few, arguing that we have to care about us, not as an afterthought, but the primary and only thought. That's what we have to be doing. There are white people. I went to meetings, I went to cookouts, I went to conferences where there are white people in their tens, dozens, hundreds, thousands in the immediate area of where these things have been held, who were in need, who were suffering real problems as a consequence of anti-whiteism. I'm not talking about they just said they couldn't get enough to eat or that they were homeless. I mean, psychologically, psycho-spiritually, their lives were coming to an end. They were dead men and women walking, in some cases even dead children walking. They didn't know it. But these people at these events, they weren't concerned with those real human beings right outside the door. They were concerned with the abstraction of the white race. And that abstraction will be fine once you get rid of the non-whites, which is never going to happen in your lifetime. Fortunately, the good news is this. The salutary, salubrious news is this, sanguine news is this. The anti-non-white, specifically anti-Jew endeavor is succumbing to its multiracial sphere. You are so irrelevant now if you are a pro-white who is sitting around complaining about Jews, you are so irrelevant. I don't even know how you physically exist. You are this tiny mote compared to this planetary asteroid that is the multiracial anti-Jew Leviathan. And it continues to grow, and you continue to atrophy. And that for us in white well-being and white positivity is a good thing. We want there to be no confusion. We want them in those circles to stop even bothering talking about pro-white. We're pro-white or nominally white nationalist or whatever I've heard Fuentes say. So many other of his hangers-on. Elijah Schaefer, hanging on. Can I have some more audience from you? Can you say something good about me? And all his people do. Think about this. They don't help white people. That's the last thing on their minds. What do? They get him interviews. They pressure Candace Owens and her producers and her agents. They get in all the background and they pressure them. You got to have Nick on or you're not legit. You've got to. They do that everywhere. That's all they do. That's all they do. There's nothing pro-white about that. Get this little guy on to come on and say that, have a discussion, semi-contentious discussion about are blacks misbehaving because of genetics or because of the environment? How useless is, you know how many times I've heard that conversation? We need to be at work, what this community does. Protecting our white kids like we saw earlier, getting out to our brothers and sisters wherever they are, promulgating the lexicon that puts people into our story, which gets them out of the anti-white narrative, empowering them with unspoken premises the exact same way that the psychological warfare that is anti-whiteism works for anti-whites and the general public or public at large. We need to be out there doing these things at all times instead of getting your guy on these different shows and platforms so that he can have one more totally inconsequential, meaningless gab fest and prop himself up even higher with praise from the audience. No thanks. No thanks. Thank God for this. I mean, what a surprise on a couple levels with Aarvoll. But also a bigger surprise having Fuentes confirm, validate me. I love it. We got Montana Kid over here saying Nick said he's only 87% white. Well, I mean, I don't know what that means. I guess, is he saying like his Mexican relative has a percentage of white heritage? Maybe that's what he's saying. I mean, you even have people like Jared Taylor making these like overages to Fuentes. Like Jared Taylor was interviewed by some anti-white and they had a congenial conversation. And he was asked about Fuentes at some point. This is a couple months back. And I thought it was hilarious because effectively what Jared Taylor said was, he looks white to me. I think everybody knows Taylor is known for Donahue. And he was asked, we had somebody actually in the live chat who came in. It was a huge, couple of gatherings back, a huge fan of Jared Taylor. Jared's been doing it for 40 years, Jared, and all this other kind of stuff. And did you see Jared? Did you ever go back and look at him on Donahue? I watched him on, back in the day, those televisions that were built into gigantic 500-pound pieces of furniture. I watched that live. I watched him on Phil Donahue. So yeah, I was there. And where Taylor is asked about Jews, and Taylor says, well, they look white to me. Of course, that's because there was a guy named Hart. I shouldn't be giving their names away. I'll take it back. Jews who were financing American Renaissance early in its beginning. And these people used to come, and C-SPAN would air American Renaissance, and back then as well. What a surprise. Anyhow, as with anything, even Jared Taylor's endeavor, the anti-Jews show up, and you all know this, we've talked about it a lot. They show up and they ruin it. So they show up to American Renaissance, and it was all the time. Why is he not talking about the Jews? Why is he not talking? He should talk about the Jews. He should be hating on the Jews. You got to be talking about the Jews. You got to talk about the problem if you're going to solve the problem. Well, you got to talk about the problem if you're going to solve the problem. God fucking damn it. So what ended up happening was these Jews that were giving the big money and responsible for C-SPAN advertising American Renaissance, they were like, we're out of here. And the final one was a big argument with David Duke right there in the conference. David Duke, and this was at a time that there was real hostility between Duke's wife and Jared Taylor's common law wife. Really did not like each other. And Duke showed up to the conference, and he got up to ask a question. This was a long, long time ago. He got up to ask a question and of a speaker. And Duke has always been like this, just endless, his mouth just, garrulous, prolix. That's what he is, prolix. And so he's just going blah, 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 about Jews. And of course, you see the look. I'm looking up there on the stage, and the setup back then was like a big, everybody, all of the speakers and Jared Taylor, they ate up at this big long table on the stage. And that's what they often did. And very different today, where you have a place like a rostrum where people will speak, but then the tables are all just out in the rest of the room. But I could see Taylor sitting there, and Taylor's eyes are getting bigger and bigger as Duke was just blah, 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 about Jews. Meanwhile, this final wealthy Jew is sitting off over to the right, and from where I was, and the speaker did not know how to respond to, he couldn't even get a word in edgewise. This was like so much static. And you had all this energy in the room from all these J-Spurgs who had shown up, and they just wanted to talk about the Jews. It's all about the Jews. And so Taylor stands up, hustles over to the lectern, and starts trying to engage Duke. He's like, oh, that's enough. And he's trying to engage. All of a sudden, this 4 foot tall Jewish guy launches out of his seat, and he starts screaming at David Duke. Blah, blah. They're just cussing him and screaming him. Grabs his coat off the chair and storms out. And that was the end of C-SPAN. And I guess the money, I don't know, but behind the scenes, how much longer they got money or what. But yeah, that was the end of that. And then there was some really bad blood. Maybe you heard for a while, really bad blood between Jared Taylor and David Duke, which is now they finally, I think, mended the fences. But that was back then. How did we get into that story? Man, that sucked me right back into that day. I was like, that little guy's he's getting fired up. I could see him getting all fidgety. I was like, man, he is going to light it up right now. But that wasn't the first time that I met Duke. It was a different conference. And I remember there was like a gaggle of guys around him, and he was like worshiping him. And I walked up, introduced myself. He said hello. He just kept going, didn't miss a beat. And after like, I don't know, maybe 15 minutes, I was like, I'm done. I'm done. He's not even taking a breath. This guy could be a Guinness record holding free diver. Just not even take a breath, just mouth constantly going. Talk about doom documenting, doom dissecting. He knows them all. Oh, Cindy Ben said Donahue died. I didn't know that. Phil Donahue. Yeah. All right, let's see what else we have here. Then we're gonna get out of here. We'll roll it up for tonight. But you got a little bit of extra material there. All right, didn't miss anybody here. I want to mention again, Mavrant, if you're hearing my voice, I messaged you on the platform. So hit me back, because I don't think that will go through what you're talking about. Tree Godfather says that he feels that Fuentes is containment. Yeah, I don't doubt it. Let's look for any other comments, and then we're gonna. What a Sunday though, huh? Jeffrey has tagged me, says thank you. You are welcome. Kinfolk says, what are your thoughts on Adam Green? He seems to be a spurg, but he uses some of our vocabulary. Now, Adam Green is a legitimate researcher. So if you think about a university and you're going to have a researcher that's going to focus on like a particular thing, that's going to be their actual focus, and they're going to go deep with their research and what they cover, etc. That's how I see Adam Green, kind of the same way as McDonald, a researcher, a very specific focus, and there's room for that kind of thing. There are clearly anti-white Jews in the world. There are clearly anti-white Jews who will say as much as well. They'll get together, they'll say as much. Even if, and this is not the case though, when it comes to white well-being and the Go Free practice, it's not the case that all Jews are automatically anti-white. It's just factually not the case. But even if you were to proffer for a conversation or argument that every single Jew is anti-white, it would still be incorrect to focus on them. The correct tool would still be to focus on us, because you're not going to be able to contend whether they are all anti-white, which they're not, or some are anti-white. You're not going to be able to contend either way if you don't have a people. And you can't engender a people by focusing on another group. It's been done, and as you can see, the white race is more deracinated than ever. Now, that doesn't mean, and this is something we need to keep an eye out for, that does not mean that white people operating as selfish individualists can't come together as selfish individualists and commit some ugly act. That a bunch of white people couldn't, for example, go, or even maybe a good act. We'll say that for the case here that we're building. That maybe there is a bunch of anti-whites of, we'll just say, of all races, and they are attacking people in a mall. And then some white guys come together and they say, hey, we're going to go in there. We're going to end this that's happening in the mall. We're going to go fight these people right now, just on the spot. This impromptu thing. They come together and they go in and fight. That can happen.
It's not impossible. That does not mean that we're becoming a people. Far from it. Selfish individuals can work together. They do all the time. They do at your company. They do on sports teams. They do all the time, where the whatever is bringing them together for the moment is temporary, is superficial, is etc. So you've got to be careful not to misread something like that. Often you'll have these people who are of the mind that worse is better, and they see, well, I can imagine a scenario where you're killing all the white people in a town, and finally you have a situation where the remaining whites are held up in one or two blocks or whatever, and now they're all fighting for themselves. Now they're a people. No, they are no more a people, no more unified, no more resilient than if aliens attacked Earth and all of the countries of the world fought the aliens. Does that make sense? We've got to create a people out of the deracinated race. When a people is born out of our deracinated race, they will act together in those same scenarios, but it will be because of a permanent bond. It will be something that is resilient, something that is lasting, not something that is ephemeral or fleeting or fugacious. The moment, the context. Another really important, when you dig down and you see things how they are, you discover it's more complex than you could have imagined. What do we have here? Dandy Westman saying, regards to the recent hush crime that happened in Cincinnati Jazz Festival. All right. I'm infuriated by victim blaming comments on the incident from people who are ostensibly white sympathetic. Oh, really? So people who supposedly care about the white race, nominally they claim to care, but they're blaming the white people for their predicament, for their injuries, for the way they were treated. Despicable. It's a great demonstration of the difference between people who actually care about our brothers and sisters and creating a people out of our race, and those who are just Jewsburgs or anti-Jewsburgs, anti-Blacksburgs, schmucks. Because why? What are these? They supposedly care about the white race, but really they just don't like blacks. So if white people go out and get obliterated, maybe even killed, maybe that woman has brain damage, maybe that guy has brain damage, their thought isn't for the white people harmed, or the fact that it could have been other white people, like somebody they care about, or white people they don't even know. They don't care about the white people. They think to themselves immediately, wow, the blacks, see, I told you again, these white people deserved it. They deserved it. They shouldn't have been there at the Jazz. Who would say this claiming to care about white people? How despicable. Yeah, thank you for sharing that, because I did not know. Okay, so the comments, this is what he said. The comments from these supposedly white sympathetic people are things like, this is a learning experience. They're maimed. Maybe they have permanent injuries. This is a learning experience. A hard lesson in situational awareness. What the heck is wrong with you? And lie with the dogs, get fleas. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. But I guess it's completely believable. This is the supposed white sympathetic sphere. Nothing of the sort. All right, everything looks like we are good to go. Don't think I missed anybody. Let's check for tags over here.
Looking for tags on Premium Rumble. Oh, Dallas, thank you for the mic check. You could hear me. Thank you for that. Land of the fake, home of the gay. Good to see you. Let's see. So Tamara says, good show. I'm going to read Jason's book. I'll catch you guys again soon. Well, thank you for that. Great news. Great to hear it. All right. Okay, we got that one. Slots over here. Sometimes you can piss Slots off, and he just like, normally he's got like these insightful comments, but you really piss him off, and he's like, what up? Yes, brother. Okay, Sloth's pointing out here, it's cowardly to try to achieve white well-being through a proxy of a demented human well-being, which defames a non-white group. This is fear of having peoplehood. Yeah, absolutely. Very well said. Great to see everybody over there. Okay, didn't miss anybody. Very good. Then what an epic gathering this was tonight. You can catch Tree Godfather and CKO every single day on X, on their X accounts. They hold the Shade Tree, where it's all white well-being. And all the perspective stays white well-being. They talk about different things in your lives and what you've dealt with, things going on, news items. You can show up there every single day, take a listen, and if you want to participate, ask for the microphone. But just keep in mind that you're going to have to keep it white positive. This is our dojo here. The gatherings we do on Sundays at 5 Eastern Standard Time, Wednesday at 7 Eastern Standard Time, the Shade Tree every single day at 2. This is our dojo. We are practicing the Go Free martial art of love. So this is not a place for you to come in and say how you think it is, who you think it is, and how you think it can be remedied. Those conversations are for all of these other content creators where you can get into those audiences and you can stroke yourself endlessly on what you think and how you think. We don't really care what you think and how you think. We have a practice that works. We'd like you to be a part of it and to combat anti-whiteism, the great evil of our age. We want you to combat it with us, to serve white well-being, to put an end to our victimization. You don't even have to be white. You could be half white. You could be non-white. You could have a non-white spouse. We have all of that in service to white well-being. We don't mind. You're a good person if you fight against anti-whiteism. It is a completely immoral system, and it harms everyone of every race, because by devaluing, by white erasing, by undermining our rights, our civilization, our privileges, our norms, everything that we have come, all people in our countries, to rely upon. By undermining them, everyone is harmed. By stripping us of these things, everyone is harmed. And it is all done in the name of anti-whiteism. It is all done in the name of retributive justice against the white race. And everyone can see that. It is as clear as the nose on your face, unless you had it bitten off by a pit bull. It is that clear. In which case, it's clear as those two holes in the middle of your face. That's kind of a gross thought. I remember you saying vagues think it's gauche to talk about victimization, but even explicit white sympathetics think it is too, says Bishop. Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. So it's up to us, and it's really positive what we have seen with this conversation. I really hope, between Aarvoll and Fuentes, I really hope that things continue as we've seen, and the multiracial J-spurs continue to consume the so-called pro-white. It'll get to a point where so much of Fuentes' audience won't even want to hear these little lip service statements of, I'm pro-white. I'm white nationalist of a sort, just not capital W, capital N. When that happens, we'll be much closer to being the recognized advocates for the well-being of white people. And normal white people, they'll come and they'll join us. A percentage of the total population will grow, becoming a people with these concepts. The concepts themselves will create the new social morality, creating gravitational pull, and it spreads very rapidly, as you all have witnessed, every single one of you. And as it creates that gravitational pull, and as a percentage of the population increasingly becomes an identifiable people, anti-whiteism, no matter where it's coming from, will be over. That is a guarantee. Love you all. Let's go free.